The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 22, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Scott Fitzgerald to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Loving God, what a gift you have given us in embracing us in the depth of your love. Such a wonder it is that you would choose to love us, that it is both beyond our understanding and yet reaches into our deepest needs. Because you in your mercy have first loved us, help us to respond by loving others. Enable us to live fully in the mystery of your heavenly love, that all hatred and malice would not find a way into this day's encounters. Root out any inclination our hearts may have to disdain your compassion by our failure to show kindness to one another. Save us, too, from any love that obscures your own. Our passions, our pet projects, our priorities are poor substitutes for the purpose you have for us. Our arrogance, our self-absorption, our attitudes are nothing but self-generated obstacles, blinding us to your activity in the world around us. Let your love be the lens through which we look at the people with whom we interact in this place, that our life would reflect the depth of our love for you and the magnitude of your love for all of creation. By your grace and in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the tragic loss of Wintergreen Police Officer Mark Christopher Wagner II, and to honor the legacy that he has left behind. On June 16, 2023, Officer Wagner responded to a call for help following an assault in the Wintergreen community of Nelson County, Virginia. He was the first officer to arrive at the scene when he bravely ran into harm's way, as these officers do every day, to apprehend the suspect who would fatally attack him. My prayers are with the family, friends, and loved ones of Officer Wagner as they grieve the loss of his life and begin to process life in his absence. Psalm 34 reads, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted." We grieve this tragic loss and we pray for the peace and comfort that only the Lord can provide to Officer Wagner's family. Every day, Officer Wagner was committed to bravely protecting the Wintergreen community. He was an exceptional example of sacrificial service, giving his life to secure and defend the lives of others. I'm humbled to recognize the valor of Officer Wagner and the courage and dedication he demonstrated to his community. May God bless his family.
Massachusetts. Purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the Supreme Court rolled back a fundamental individual freedom in overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, abortion care is inaccessible in 14 states and heavily restricted in many others, with 1 in 3 women now living in states without access to abortion. That is unacceptable. In restricting access, states are forcing women to seek dangerous alternatives, undermining women's health and safety. Women should have the freedom to make their own decisions about their health, not state legislatures nor the federal government. At this critical moment, my Democratic colleagues and I are taking action, despite the objections of Speaker McCarthy and the extremists in his party, to force a floor vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which would make Roe the law of the land. I am thankful for the work of the Healey administration in my home state to protect Massachusetts residents' health care, but I will not stop fighting until women across the country have the same protections to access safe and effective reproductive health care. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver the 21st installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series to highlight the tireless work of Kansas wheat farmers. Kansas is known as the wheat state, and our state's wheat farmers are feeding the world with their life-saving commodity. With more than 15,000 wheat farms across the state and 5 million acres of wheat in the Big First District alone, our state leads the nation in wheat production. Wheat harvest is underway in Kansas, which begins in the southern part of our state and moves north over the next few weeks. As we speak, Kansas farmers are working tirelessly in the face of record-breaking drought to produce wheat, which is a staple for families in our country and all over the world. This year's drought and market condition has caused Kansas producers to abandon the highest number of acres of wheat since World War I. Over the past 5 years, Kansas wheat farmers have harvested an average of 44 bushels per acre. But this year, USDA predicts that farmers will harvest roughly 29 bushels per acre. That's a 35% decrease. To Kansas wheat farmers and to all our American farmers, thank you for working tirelessly to keep our country food secure and self-determining as a nation.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today, nearly 1 year after Roe v. Wade was overturned, to condemn the continued sanctioned assault on women. In the years since this decision, more women have been prosecuted for their pregnancy outcomes, and more laws have been introduced to further criminalize us than ever before. Is it okay to arrest a woman for having a stillbirth? Is it a crime to assist a pregnant child of rape or incest to get an abortion? Is it reasonable to classify abortion as a homicide? No, but that is where we are now. A woman can now be prosecuted for the death of her unborn child. It is almost a capital offense to be born a woman. Given the likelihood that your female child may be raped, have a complicated pregnancy, or just need an abortion, would you want her to be treated like a criminal? No. Women's bodies have suffered endless surveillance and control for long enough. It is time that we stand up and talk about this, and it must end now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, time and again, President Biden and congressional Democrats have made the choice to blatantly disregard the dire state of our country's finances. Even when a few members of his own party joined Republicans and voted in favor of House Joint Resolution 45, which would have rescinded his unilateral student loan forgiveness executive action, the president vetoed it. Now, when given the chance to override the president's veto, radical House Democrats doubled down on their decision to force this taxpayer-funded bailout of student loan borrowers down the throats of hard-working blue-collar workers who will never see a penny of the $400 billion in forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, it is truly a shame, and I express my regret for the millions of Americans who never went to college or responsibly chose to pay off their loans. I stand with them in calling out this ridiculous, unconstitutional, taxpayer-funded bailout. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I'd like 1 minute to address that.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are 45 million Americans waiting on the Supreme Court decision to see if their student loans will be forgiven. Let me be clear. We cannot continue the resolution of student loan payments until we make good on our promise to forgive them. If students are having to pay student loans in September, they will then have less money to spend, and it will hurt us and possibly drive us into a recession. The president has the authority, regardless of what the Supreme Court does, under the Higher Education Act, and he should exercise that authority to make sure students aren't repaying their loans come this September. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized
Thank you,
for
Mr.
1
Speaker.
minute.
I rise today to salute Lenore Ryan University's men's lacrosse team for bringing home the NCAA Division II National Championship and an overwhelming 2-5 victory over Mercyhurst College. 2 years ago, the Bears made their first appearance in the national championship game, but came up just short. This time, though, they would not be denied. In fact, this wasn't just one dominating game for the Bears, it was a dominating season. All of North Carolina is proud that Lenore Ryan has brought the national title home to Hickory. I'm proud to represent Lenore Ryan here in Washington. To Coach Greg, to President of the University, Dr. Witt, and to the entire LR community and the greater Hickory Metro, congratulations and go Bears.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight my bill, H.R. 3385, the Diaspora Link Act. This critical piece of legislation would request review of the feasibility of an undersea fiber optic telecommunications cable established between the United States and Africa, linked in the Virgin Islands of the United States. This bill offers a significant opportunity to deepen economic connections and aid American regional security by establishing high-speed, secure telecommunications data connection from the American soil to the African continent. The U.S. territory of the Virgin Islands, which is strategically positioned in transit zones to fight transnational crime and protect U.S. national and regional security, will prove to be a mutually advantageous location. With increased terrorism and Russian, Chinese, and other adversarial nations on the African continent, U.S. interests, the need for direct linkages is mandatory. The United States undersea cable linked in the Virgin Islands, which is already a hub, is within our national
Gentlewoman's
strategic
time has
interests.
expired.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 2023 NCAA Division II National Champion Angelo State University Rams baseball team. The Rams championship is the first in history and the 5th national championship title at Angelo State. This is a time to reflect upon the diligence, sacrifice, and determination that these young men have contributed towards the national championship. And I especially want to recognize head coach Kevin Brooks and his coaching staff. Coach Brooks started the program in 2005 and has remained a dedicated leader of his team and of the young baseball players. I also want to recognize President Ronnie Hawkins for your leadership to the university and to the community. Baseball isn't the only good thing going on at Angelo State. There are many things to celebrate, but today, congratulations, Rams. Your achievement will forever be etched in the annals of history. Your success is a source of pride for our entire community, and you will inspire future generations of Texas 11 athletes for years to come. Today, we celebrate your victory and the unyielding pursuit of excellence that it represents. Well done, champions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
America just went through the largest health crisis and loss of life event in the modern era. Due to the pandemic, we lost over 1.3 million Americans, including my own mom and stepdad. That's why I've introduced the FLASH Act, to help strengthen our nation's ability to respond to a public health crisis. Now, I was the mayor of Long Beach during the pandemic and worked every single day on the response. Both Governor Newsom and President Biden called our pandemic response a national model. We moved quickly to vaccinate 99% of seniors, protect frontline workers, and reopen schools ahead of most major cities. But in the first months of the pandemic, we struggled to get life-saving equipment without federal help. My bill will help the Department of Health and Human Services cut through red tape to quickly buy and distribute PPE, tests, medical supplies, and vaccines. We need this bill, and that's why I'm urging my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to underline to the partnership between the United States and the Republic of India. I recently met with India's Consul General, Dr. Swati Kulkarni, and an entrepreneur, Mohit Mankad, in my Knoxville office. We talked about India's developmental journey, its leadership over the G20, and the growing partnership between our countries. I believe it's important to the United States to align itself with countries that share its values, and our nation clearly has a lot in common with India. We all value democracy. They're apparently the oldest democracy in the world, the free market, and international trade. I see these values in my Indian constituents who came to this country to live out the American dream. They work very hard to earn an honest living. They love their families, and they contribute to the communities around them. I fully support expanding our diplomatic relationship with India as we work toward that goal. I would like to encourage the Indian government to make it safer for Christians and people of all religions and faiths to safely practice their faith in public as they do in a truly free society. I think we would all benefit from a closer relationship and growing our shared values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Blair Nelson, a friend and dedicated public servant who unexpectedly passed away on May 30th. Those of us who knew Blair knew him for his devotion to his family and his selfless commitment to serving others. In 2010, Blair was elected to the Waseca County Board of Commissioners, where he found his true calling in public service. During his nearly 13 years as county commissioner, Blair paved the way for many projects, but he was especially proud to bring the Waseca County Veterans Memorial to completion. Blair served on the executive board of directors for the Association of Minnesota Counties, and just 3 months ago, I was fortunate enough to give Blair and his colleagues a tour of our U.S. Capitol, something I will always remember when I think of him. Blair's big personality, his sense of humor, and positive spirit made him a friend to many across southern Minnesota. He was a proud husband, father, grandfather, coach, mentor, and friend. He will truly be missed. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 529 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 27, House Resolution 529. Resolved that the House Resolution 503 is hereby referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and in addition to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee reported a rule to refer H.Res. 503 to the Committee on Homeland Security and Judiciary. H.Res. 503 lays out articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden for his failure to secure the southern border of the United States. Now, we do a lot of things in this body, and we say a lot of things, I certainly do, about our beliefs and about what we think is happening to our country. What we're talking about here is indeed solemn. I mean, we are in fact talking about the mechanism provided by the founders in the Constitution of the United States to check and hold the executive branch responsible. The border crisis that we are experiencing today is extremely significant for the people in my home state of Texas. Not just Texas, of course, the entire country, but in particular for the people in my home state of Texas. Since President Biden took office, there have been well over 5 million illegal migrant encounters along the southwest border. More than 204,000 illegal immigrants were encountered at the border in May alone. Now, those numbers are changing post relaxing enforcement of Title 42. 2 million aliens have been released into the interior of the United States. 1.5 million, probably 1.7 million, maybe 2 million now gotaways have been successfully evaded border agents by relatively conservative accounting. Most concerning right now, data that we have shows that 125 individuals from the terrorist watch list have been encountered this fiscal year alone, and that compares to about 98 in all of last fiscal year and about 10 in the last year of the Trump administration. The fact is, the people I represent are sick and tired of a federal government that is abdicating its fundamental duty to defend the border of the United States. That is what is happening. The federal government exists primarily, borderline entirely, but certainly primarily, to defend the United States. That's why it exists. And it is failing to do so, not through maladministration, not through incompetence, but through dereliction of duty and a refusal to actually follow the laws of the United States. The laws of the United States are there expressly and specifically laid out to ensure that our border will be protected, that our nation will be secure. That is the fundamental question before us, is when the executive branch fails to follow the law, when the executive branch fails to adhere to its duty to defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States, then what is it that the Congress, that the People's House, is supposed to do in response? The founders gave us a mechanism. And here today we are talking about putting forward and referring these articles to the Homeland Security Committee for determination of the extent to which the homeland is in fact not secure as a direct consequence of the refusal of the administration, well beyond maladministration, but very specifically the refusal to follow the laws of the United States that is resulting in the direct consequence of the death and damage to the American people. That is the truth. That is what we're experiencing. That's what we are experiencing in real time in Texas. My colleagues in Arizona, my colleagues throughout this entire country are experiencing that in real time. Just a few weeks ago, a federal judge in Texas, the Northern District of Texas, Judge Reed O'Connor, issued an opinion, an order. And in it, he lays out, quote, defendants, illegal aliens, pleaded guilty by conspiracy to transport and harbor illegal aliens. The sentencing information shows that on behalf of the Juarez cartel, defendants participated in an alien smuggling conspiracy. The smuggling organization charged $10,000 to smuggle an adult illegal alien to the United States and between $12,000 to $14,000 to smuggle a child illegal alien. It goes on to lay out how they discovered that there was an illegal alien in Baltimore who was being held for ransom so that his family wouldn't be abused by the Juarez cartel in a stash house in Fort Worth. The member told the husband, quote, they would do things to his daughter he would not like, end quote, if he did not make this payment of $23,000, which he had not bargained for. This is the state of affairs in our country. And this is the consequence to those migrants who are seeking to come here, where my colleagues in the false name of compassion state that open borders is somehow good for them. But this is causing crime to extend into our communities. This is causing us to experience the dangerous hand of cartels. Just this morning, we had more news about cartels and their reach into Texas, into the United States. It is an everyday occurrence. Bailouts, damage to ranches, harm to Texans, death to Texans, fentanyl. How many more fentanyl mobs? How many more angel mobs? How many more Americans need suffer because this president refuses to follow the laws of the United States that he raised his hand and swore an oath to defend? And that is why we're here, and that is why I support the resolution, and I reserve.
From Texas Reserve. I would say the members should reserve in using the personalities for the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Oh, my God, Mr. Speaker. Let's get real here. Nothing about this is serious. Not the process, not the intentions of the resolution sponsor, not the impeachment case, not a single damn thing. Yesterday, Republicans dishonored this House and dishonored themselves by bringing to the floor a ridiculous censure resolution against Adam Schiff because Donald Trump told them to. And today, they're dishonoring this House and dishonoring themselves by bringing to the floor a ridiculous impeachment referral resolution against Joe Biden because Donald Trump told them to. This body has become a place where extreme, outlandish, and nutty issues get debated passionately, and important ones not at all. In short, Mr. Speaker, the Republican Party is a joke. They talk about law and order when their front runner for president has been indicted on federal charges. They talk about respecting law enforcement, then they come in here and downplay the rioters who came in here on January 6th and beat up cops with fire extinguishers. I don't even know how they look the Capitol Police officers in the eye when they walk in this place. They talk about how important it is that we follow a good process. Yet the Rules Committee was called in late last night, literally at a moment's notice, where they deployed emergency procedures so we could refer this measure to a committee. What a spectacular emergency. Truly something that needed to be done immediately. We all know the truth. The real emergency here was that the Georgia wing and the Colorado wing of the MAGA caucus got into a fight right over there on the House floor about who gets to impeach the president first. The truth is that Speaker McCarthy has lost control of this House, and it is being run by the MAGA fringe. This is nuts. Kids get shot in their classrooms. Nothing. Environmental disasters destroy entire communities. Nothing. Our air is clogged with smoke because half the northern hemisphere is on fire due to climate change. Nothing. But when the MAGA wingnuts say jump, Speaker McCarthy says how high. According to news reports, it sounds like this resolution sponsor is dictating to the Speaker which committees bills should be referred to, when he should put legislation on the floor, and how he should run this House. That's who's in charge here, the MAGA extremists. And frankly, they can try to impeach Joe Biden all they want, but all they are doing is impeaching themselves and making a mockery of this place while they're at it. I get it. They don't like that their cult leader, Donald Trump, will go down in history as one of the worst presidents we've ever had. They don't like that he was impeached twice and had a bipartisan conviction vote in the Senate. They don't like that Democrats tried to hold him accountable for trying to extort President Zelensky, who is now trying to defend himself from Putin. They don't like that Congress tried to hold him accountable again, this time for trying to overthrow the government on January 6th. They don't like that he had nuclear secrets in his bathroom and in his desk and God knows where else, and waved them around like it was nothing. And you know what? They don't like themselves for having to stand by him time after time and defend his lies. Now, I know many of my Republican colleagues say in private what they're not willing to say here in public, which is that they think this is an embarrassment. But still, they are here on the floor defending a three-time loser, sexual abuser, ex-president that has been indicted more times than he's been elected. It is pathetic. And instead of dealing with their own issues, Republicans are going after Joe Biden to try to distract and to deflect. House Resolution 503 claims President Biden is intentionally facilitating a complete and total invasion of the southern border. This resolution claims that foreign cartels have complete control of our border. Seriously? It's insulting to the Border Patrol agents that they claim to support, the ones who put their lives on the line every single day. And by the way, just to talk facts for a second, and which I know my Republican friends hate to do, since the end of Title 42 on May 11th, unlawful entries along the southern border have plummeted. As of June 6, Custom and Border Protection has reported over 70% fewer encounters between points of entry or unscheduled encounters per day. Fentanyl seizures have increased under the Biden presidency. To make that clearer for my friends across the aisle, that means more fentanyl is getting picked up at the border before it makes it onto our streets. I mean, they are attacking Joe Biden for stopping more fentanyl. It makes no sense. No, they would rather talk about building a stupid wall along our southern border that they know won't work, or about the non-binding resolution they put on the floor this week that demonizes migrants but does nothing to fix our immigration system. I mean, they have a policy disagreement with President Biden, and their first impulse isn't, let's pass an immigration bill. Their first impulse is to impeach him. Our founding fathers must be rolling over in their graves. But they're doing this all so they can distract from the fact that Donald Trump stole top secret information and stored it in his bathroom, showed highly classified Iran attack plans to people, and bragged about stealing classified government documents on live TV. Trump is the legitimate national security risk. Don't come to us with this phony BS about how President Biden is the reason we have a crisis at our southern border. Republicans can yell and scream all they want. They can rant and rave so that they get on Fox News tonight. It doesn't make them right. And it's doing untold damage to this institution. They have no respect for the traditions of this House. It is grotesque, it is embarrassing, and it is shameful. We aren't debating matters that help or uplift people. Rather, we're debating garbage to make Trump happy. It's cowardly and it's sickening. What we have here is a joke, just like the Republican majority, which is clearly going to be a temporary majority. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just note that this morning, Texas DPS troopers arrested a Gulf Cartel operative in the Rio Grande Valley, moving smugglers across the river, having paid $1,000, moving 5 illegal immigrants into the United States. This is somebody that had been affiliated with a dangerous cartel. It's happening every day to the state of Texas because this administration refuses to do its job, and I yield 6 minutes to my friend from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my impeachment bill that will hold Joe Biden accountable for the dereliction of one of his most basic duties and allowing an invasion to take place across our southern border that has compromised the safety and security of the American people. With the passage of House Resolution 529 today, the House is taking historic action. For the first time in 24 years, a House Republican-led majority is moving forward with impeachment proceedings against a current president. This bill allows impeachment proceedings to proceed through the traditional institutional channels by building a body of evidence at the committee level through the committees on Homeland Security and the Judiciary, reporting out impeachment based on the evidence, and then the House adopting a resolution so that when a trial occurs, in the Senate, there is an existing evidentiary record to rely upon when holding President Joe Biden accountable. Since his first day in office, President Biden has trampled on the Constitution through his dereliction of duty under Article 2 to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Instead of enforcing our immigration laws, he has lawlessly ignored them and released more than 2 million illegal aliens into the interior of the United States without any enforcement mechanism to ensure that they appear in immigration court. His actions and open borders agenda demonstrate that he has no intention of enforcing our current immigration and border security statutes on the books. Rather, he is deliberately making a mockery of the rule of law by ignoring congressionally enacted statutes. Joe Biden is threatening our constitutional republic's sacred separation of powers. The National Border Patrol Union even noted that the leadership of the Biden administration are, quote, straight up liars. They even said, quote, we'd say they should be ashamed, but that implies they have a conscience. This is the most corrupt administration in U.S. history, end quote. Joe Biden's lawless disregard for our federal laws have incentivized more than 5.5 illegal aliens to attempt to cross the border, overwhelming Border Patrol and allowing an invasion to take place that is causing real harm to the American people. The Biden border crisis and massive wave of illegal immigration has fueled a record-breaking fentanyl crisis. Since President Biden has taken office, over 100,000 Americans have died from fentanyl, including 1,800 Coloradans. Under his failed leadership, Border Patrol agents have encountered over 42,000 pounds of fentanyl at the southern border, and that's just what they have encountered. In addition to smuggling fentanyl, the National Border Patrol Union has noted that, quote, the billions of dollars that Biden's policies make for them, end quote, support a criminal enterprise of, quote, rape, murder, torture, child sex trafficking, and kidnapping, end quote. That is enough fentanyl to kill every American 28 times over. Innocent children are dying from fentanyl overdoses, and the devastation this deadly drug is causing to families and communities cannot be overstated. President Biden's decision to cede operational control of the southern border to criminal cartels have endangered our national security. In just the first few months of fiscal year 2023, Border Patrol has already caught 125 people on the terrorist watch list trying to sneak into our country. President Biden's lawlessness is threatening the very fabric of our constitutional system. Under the founders' carefully crafted plan, Congress has the legislative power to pass the laws, and the president has the executive power to enforce the laws. The president does not have the power to arbitrarily overturn laws or refuse to enforce the ones he philosophically opposes. Rather, he is under a strict duty to take care that the laws of the United States are enforced. If a law is to be modified or overturned, only Congress has such power, not a rogue president taking unconstitutional unilateral action. By nullifying our immigration and border security laws through a systematic lack of enforcement, President Biden has not only threatened the lives of countless Americans with his fentanyl crisis and increased crime, he has threatened the very foundation of our separation of powers. When a president tramples on the Constitution and ignores the laws on the books, it is Congress's solemn duty to restore our constitutional balance through articles of impeachment. Congress's power of impeachment was meant as the ultimate check and balance of the president. The founders hardwired this important accountability mechanism into our Constitution for such a time as this, to stand with the forgotten men and women across America who are suffering from Biden's record-breaking fentanyl crisis, to take action to secure the border and to protect our constitutional separation of powers. Every member should vote to hold President Joe Biden accountable. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, that was a lot.
Before,
yeah.
Gentleman begins, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is
That was an awful lot, and I would be here. I don't have enough time to respond to all the inaccuracies that were just stated. But let me ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Newsweek entitled, "Fentanyl Surge Started and Peaked Under Trump Despite GOP Blaming Biden." And I also, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about this accusation about open borders. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times we need to say it, but the United States does not have open borders. We didn't have open borders under Trump, and we don't have open borders under Biden. And even the conservative Cato Institute knows that. So please let's stop incorrectly saying that our country has open borders. We do not. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article published by the Cato Institute entitled, "Biden's Border Policy is Not Open Borders."
Without objection.
And let me just read an excerpt from the article. This is from Cato. Practically since his first week in office, President Joe Biden has faced repeated criticisms from Republicans and some Democrats that his border policy amounts to open borders. This criticism is not simply inaccurate. It is unhinged from reality in a way that distinguishes itself from normal political hyperbole. Indeed, U.S. immigration policy is effectively closed borders, and Biden's immigration policies and goals are largely the same as those of President Donald Trump. President Biden has not suddenly ended America's immigration prohibition and opened up U.S. borders to almost anyone who wants to come in, as was largely America's immigration policy from 1776 to 1924. Instead, he has a far more vigorous enforced immigration prohibition than the law requires, narrowing the few exceptions to the universal ban on legal immigration. I point this out because this is crazy what is being talked about here on the House floor. This is not about a policy disagreement. If it was, maybe my friends would actually pass a bill that had an alternative policy. The bill that they brought up on immigration this week was a bill that was a non-binding resolution. It did nothing. It was just their opinion. It expresses the sense of Congress. It was a nothing burger. But if they wanted to, they would legislate in a way that would change our policy. But that's not what they want to do. This is about protecting Donald Trump. Donald Trump says to them, jump, and they ask how high. That's what this is about. This is about covering up for the former president. It's about deflecting from the former president's criminality, the 37 felony counts that he's been indicted on. And I don't like it. But unfortunately, that's who he is. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I cannot overstate the solemnness and sadness that I feel right now. To see the House so debased by the invocation of our most grave constitutional duty, impeachment of a president, should disturb every patriotic American. Just 49 years ago, Barbara Jordan, the great Congresswoman from Texas, invoked the solemnity with which any serious member of Congress must approach our duties, and particularly the circumstances under which we should consider impeachment. That solemnity has guided the majority in this House in recent years as we have tried to navigate an extraordinarily tumultuous time in service to our nation and our constituents, a time in which we've seen a rogue former president run roughshod over the guardrails of democracy and decency, compromising our national security and disparaging the courts, the free press, law enforcement, Congress, and anyone who would try to hold him accountable. During that time, we impeached former President Trump twice, but we did so based upon a careful and close study of law, history, our Constitution, and rigorous fact-finding, as well as consideration of the impact upon our country. And we prayed for guidance to discharge our duties to our country and our constituents and our Constitution with fidelity. And today, as we confront this deeply unserious effort to impeach a president to serve partisan political posturing and political profiteering, I have to return to the words of Barbara Jordan. She cautioned, "Common sense would be revolted if we engaged upon this process for petty reasons. Congress has a lot to do: appropriations, tax reform, health insurance, campaign finance reform, housing, environmental protection, energy sufficiency, mass transportation. Pettiness cannot be allowed to stand in the face of such overwhelming problems." Jordan's words could not ring more true today. Common sense is revolted by the political grandstanding and petty stunts allowed by the House majority. Days on end wasted catering to the whims of an extremist minority. We are marking 6 months of one of the least productive Congresses in history. Under the control of this MAGA majority, we've made no progress in addressing the most pressing issues facing Americans, whether gun violence, hunger, opioid abuse, housing, immigration, health costs, tax reform, or the environment. So I must oppose both this rule and the resolution because, in the words of Congresswoman Jordan, my faith in the Constitution is whole. It is complete. It is total. And I am not going to sit here and be an idle spectator to the diminution, the subversion, or the destruction of the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I'm moved by the references to solemnity after the chanting on the floor of the House yesterday for 5 minutes, disrupting the Speaker of the House for carrying out his duties. I find it extremely moving. Also moved by the references to how we have not passed legislation despite the fact that we passed H.R. 2, the most impactful border security legislation that's been moved off the floor of the House without a single Democrat vote because they're ignoring what the administration is doing to the state of Texas, to migrants, and to the security of our country. And I'm moved by the concerns for climate change, which I'm sure will assuage the angel moms and the fentanyl moms who have lost loved ones and the 72,000 Americans dead from fentanyl because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the President of the United States refuses to secure the border. I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Congressman Roy.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I come to the floor today in support of the rule to consider Representative Boebert's articles of impeachment against the President of the United States before the House of Homeland Security Committee. Under Article 2, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, the document Joe Biden swore an oath to defend, the President of the United States is charged with serving as the Commander-in-Chief, defending the nation against threats, and ensuring the safety and security of all American citizens. Joe Biden has utterly failed to fulfill his responsibility to we the people. Our southern border faces a daily barrage of illegal aliens, human trafficking, and deadly fentanyl. It's an outright invasion, and Joe Biden is not only letting it happen, he's encouraging it. Back in 2019, Joe Biden, during his presidential campaign, said this: "We're a nation that says, you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come." He invited this invasion by sending up a flare and signaling that anyone from anywhere could come and exploit and abuse the American homeland. Now, 2.5 years later, the Biden regime, we're seeing the effects of his complete dereliction of duty. Since he took office, more than 1.5 million illegal aliens have evaded apprehension. In FY22 alone, 150,000 unaccompanied children crossed by themselves. This fiscal year, nearly 100 members of the terror watch list have been incentivized to cross so far. And I remind the people of this House that it only took 19 individuals to commit the attacks on 9/11. Tons of fentanyl have poured across the border, with more than 17,000 pounds coming across since just October 2022.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's yield.
Joe Biden is the patriarch of a perverted and corrupt political dynasty who is more interested in profiting off his position than protecting our nation. His time in the Oval Office has been a disgrace, and he deserves to be impeached, which is why I support the passage of this rule. Thank you.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from PolitiFact entitled, "Are Biden's border policies to blame for fentanyl deaths? Experts say no." Fentanyl deaths in the U.S. were rising before Biden took office, and in fact, he's intercepting more fentanyl than the previous administration did. I think we need to have the Republicans get their facts straight.
Without objection.
The other thing I want to point out to my friends, maybe they need to read their history books or read the Constitution, but impeachment is about high crimes and misdemeanors. It's not about policy disagreements. And Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Republicans would rather the American public pay attention to anything, literally anything, other than the latest charges that their leader has been slapped with. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "Here are the 37 charges against Trump and what they mean." I would like to insert
Without
this
objection.
I'd love to insert in the record the entirety of the charges, but apparently I'm told it's too long to be able to be put in the congressional record. But let me say a couple of things. Trump is charged with 31 counts of violating a part of the Espionage Act that bars willful retention of national defense information by someone not authorized to have it. And he is basically charged with, among other things, conspiracy to obstruct justice, tampering with grand jury evidence, concealing evidence in a federal investigation, and false statements. Mr. Speaker, I get it. If I were them, I would want to talk about anything other than that, but those are the facts. And no matter how you want to distract and deflect, the American people are not going to ignore what I believe will ultimately prove to be criminality of the former president. Mr. Speaker, I'm now happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman from Massachusetts giving me the time. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is simply the latest attempt by extreme MAGA Republicans to distract from the legal peril facing their twice impeached, twice indicted party leader. This cynical resolution has nothing to do with border security. It does nothing to stop fentanyl deaths, and it has nothing to do with the constitutional law. Extreme MAGA Republicans hope for chaos at the southwest border when Title 42 pandemic restrictions ended, but migrant encounters last month actually decreased 15%, according to Customs and Border Protection. Now, since MAGA Republicans have no policy solutions, they are attempting a backdoor maneuver to advance a baseless impeachment of President Biden, something they openly admitted they wanted to do from day one. Under this rule, my committee will have to put aside its Homeland Security oversight and authorization activities to deal with the BOPIT resolution, which is predicated on phony policy differences rather than any allegations that the president committed a crime. Let that sink in. The House Homeland Security Committee is going to become a venue for a political presidential impeachment. I have proudly served on this committee from its creation, and I guess if you're around long enough, you'll see everything. But it's this distraction for a disgraced ex-president the best way for the Homeland Security Committee to spend its time? No, it's not. We know the answer, and it doesn't have to be that way. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend, Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 529, and let's be very clear. The issue that is happening at our southern border not the name calling or talking about former President Trump. What is happening at our southern border today and for the last 2 years under President Biden has been a dereliction of duty with respect to immigration law in the United States. If you want to speak to the actual issues at hand, it is the fact that the asylum provisions under Joe Biden are a bastardization of asylum procedure as set forth in federal law by Congress. Congress never anticipated that you would have 6 million plus people come through the asylum process in 2 years. Congress never contemplated that you would have an asylum procedure where you would have people on a 7 to 10 year wait list to actually go through an asylum procedure. The president knows this is the case, and it is being done on purpose. That is a congressional purview, and that actually is a dereliction of his duty to faithfully execute the laws of the United States. So if the minority party wants to ask about why we are here, it is that. Because it is my belief and the belief of many members on our side of the aisle that this resolution should go to the Homeland Security Committee so they can fully debate and go to the depths upon which Joe Biden has been derelict in his duty to execute the laws with respect to immigration in the United States, which has major impacts on the American people. There are 100,000 Americans who have died from fentanyl overdoses because of his dereliction of duty. We have drug cartels on our southern border who have operational control of the southern border because of his dereliction of duty. And if the president and congressional Democrats actually took the time to investigate this, like going to the southern border, they would know this too. I support this resolution.
Gentleman's time.
Members should be in support of it as well.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized. I would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me say to the gentleman who just spoke, I know exactly why you're here. And I don't think this is none of us, the American people know this is not a serious effort. I know my friends don't want to talk about Trump. They want to talk about Biden, so let's talk about Joe Biden. And I want to make something clear. Not only is any talk of impeaching President Biden completely absurd, as many House Republicans know, but President Biden has been a historic success over the first 2.5 years in office. He took office in the throes of the pandemic and in the midst of the chaos caused by his predecessor trying to illegally hold on to power. But that hasn't stopped Democrats from making huge strides to improve the lives of every American. Democrats jumped into action by enacting the American Rescue Plan in the president's first months in office. That law changed the course of the pandemic and set the course of our economic recovery to be the envy of the rest of the world. It lifted more than 5 million children out of poverty, safely reopened our schools, and put money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. Every Republican voted against those things. President Biden signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which makes historic investments in our roads and our bridges and transportation networks while improving public safety and creating jobs all across the country. We passed into law the biggest piece of gun safety legislation in decades, and we enacted the Inflation Reduction Act less than a year ago. President Biden is now busy implementing that law, which will cut prescription drug costs for our senior citizens, lower the cost of health care for millions of Americans, and make historic investments in clean energy and American-made solutions to our climate crisis. And it will do all of that while lowering our deficit, unlike so many of the bills this Republican majority has brought to the floor, which would do the opposite. Look, this isn't just me saying how great all of this is. During a Financial Services Committee hearing yesterday, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell was asked about inflation, and he said, and I quote, "Everybody has very high inflation, the EU, the United Kingdom, and many countries within Europe," end quote. But he made one more important point, and I quote, "Our recovery is by far the strongest of any country," period, end of quote. And just look at the results more broadly. More Americans have jobs right now than at any point in American history. Over the past 2 years, more small businesses have been created than at any other period on record. More Americans have health insurance right now than ever before in our history. I could go on and on. But let me be clear, no one's saying things are perfect. There's a lot that we need to do. We need to do more to keep our children fed. We need to do more to ensure every child gets the education they deserve. We need to do more to make sure the richest Americans pay their fair share. We need to do more to get guns off the street. I would love to see this Republican majority do anything at all to reach those goals, or do anything that means anything to anybody. Instead, we're here today debating this latest attempt by the Speaker to keep the most radical members of his party behind him. Quite frankly, it is embarrassing and it is pathetic, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Good from Virginia.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's refreshing to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to be so sober about the issue of impeachment, coming after being in the majority for 2 years and the first time in the history of their country when there were 2 impeachment charges brought in this very House. No, this impeachment should not be political. It should not be cavalier. It should not be flippant. That would be bringing impeachment charges based on a phone call where there was questionable content to a phone call of something that this current president is actually being investigated by the House Oversight Committee as we speak. That would be a cavalier, flippant impeachment investigation would be based with just 1 week left in someone's term, just to tarnish or attack their personal legacy with no opportunity for that to move forward other than just the charges. No, it would be cavalier to announce right after an election that we're going to impeach the MFer. That's what happened with our friends on the other side of the aisle. There does need to be more consideration about whether or not impeachment is justified for depleting our strategic petroleum reserves on the eve of an election for political reasons. There should be more consideration as to whether or not a president should be impeached for taking authority that he says he doesn't constitutionally have the power to do, such as the eviction moratorium or the student loan transfer scheme. No, more consideration might be warranted for the very things that are being investigated by the current Oversight Committee relative to bribery allegations, influence peddling allegations. But what more investigation is needed for the border invasion? What more investigation is needed for the violation of Article 4, Section 4 responsibility to protect the states from invasion? How long will we let this border invasion continue? Are we to let it go on for another year and a half? How many is too many after 7 million illegals have invaded this country? There's 1.5 million gotaways. Those criminal gotaways, if only 1% are dangerous individuals, that's 15,000 reckless, dangerous individuals intending harm on this country. Would anyone take those odds that only 1% of that 1.5 million gotaways are indeed bad actors? And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I would say to the gentleman, we are well aware that the previous president was impeached twice, and justifiably so. The first impeachment dealing with his efforts to try to extort Zelensky into getting dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for assistance so that they can defend themselves against Putin. But I guess no one should be surprised, because the president seems to have this, the former president seems to have this obsession with Putin. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a 2020 roll call article entitled "Senate Report Outlines Grave Russian Threat in 2016 Election Interference Probe."
Without objection.
And despite the former president's repeated claims that Russian interference in our 2016 election was a Democratic hoax, a bipartisan Senate investigation report released in 2020 made clear that there were extensive communications between senior Trump officials and people with strong ties to the Kremlin. Senator Marco Rubio, last time I checked he was still a Republican, said, and I quote, "We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling," end quote. The report is damning. The facts are clear. Russia interfered in that election. The second impeachment was really in response to what happened here, and everybody saw what happened here. A violent mob broke into this Capitol. 140 Capitol police officers were injured. They destroyed property, sacred property in this building. They tried to overturn a legitimate election. They attempted an insurrection. And I was in the chairs, one of the last people off the House floor. I saw some of my Republican colleagues here hiding and cowering behind Capitol Police because they were afraid of what was going on that day. And now they come to the floor and say nothing happened. It was a perfectly wonderful day, a typical day of tourism at the Capitol. It is disgusting at the revisionism that we see here. So you're damn right he got impeached a second time. He deserved to be impeached. If that's not an impeachable offense, I don't know what is. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I find it fascinating to listen to someone who lives in the Northeast in a nice enclave protected from the border to stand up and say, nothing about this is serious. Tell that to the victims of this border crossing invasion. Tell that to them. Oh, we say, all the fentanyl's being stopped at the border. It's just incredible. What's going on between the ports of entry? Sure, we catch it at the ports of entry. Why? We have massive amounts of resources there. Between the ports of entry, wide open spaces. Last time I was down there, when was the last time you were there? I go down often. I live in Arizona. I get down to the border. Last time I'm there, we're driving along. We don't see Border Patrol for miles. But you know what we come upon? 21 individuals. There's no town, there's no village. We ask them, how did you get here? The coyotes dropped us off and told us, keep walking north. In that group, 2 babies under the age of 1 year. I'm telling you, this is a result of the dereliction of duty that has put this country in jeopardy. And that's why this needs to go to the Homeland Security Committee so they can further investigate this. That's why it needs to be there. Laugh if you will, because that's the reality. You don't appreciate the seriousness of this, the gravity of it. Laugh at it if you will. But you get to go to the Angel families and explain to them why their kid or their member of their family was killed by an illegal alien who came into this country. You get to go to the parents. You get to go to the parents of individuals who've lost their lives due to the fentanyl that you apparently claim is all being interdicted. It's dangerous. We've got terrorists. We've got criminal gang members coming in. Yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Norman from South Carolina.
I'll remind the members that they are to refrain from engaging in President and direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I find it humorous for those watching on TV and for those in the balcony. They keep talking about President Trump. They won't talk about the current president, Joe Biden. I'm going to start off with a compliment. He's been able to accomplish being the worst president and has replaced Jimmy Carter as the worst president this country has ever had of all time. And it's because of his policies. I support this going to Homeland Security because, as has been said, the border is wide open. The gates are open. How many more deaths do we have to have? How many more of our young people have to die? 100,000 last year of record. And as a Border Patrol agent said, there are no drug treatments in a morgue. How long are we going to have an administration that's going to take the handcuffs and putting them on the police? How long are we going to have an administration that is going to deplete our oil supplies and buy it from countries that don't like us? How long are we going to have an administration that is going to support abortion regardless of the term? How long? Ask the average business owner in this country if he's having a good year or a bad year or prices coming up or going down. We've got the worst inflation that we've had in a long time, and it simply cannot go on. The election cannot come quick enough. This man has sold out. This man has got to be replaced, and Homeland Security is the right way for this resolution to go because we'll get the facts, and I fully support it. And Ms. Boebert, thank you for taking the lead on this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, the gentleman has said something that I agree with. The election cannot come soon enough. I think people are just sick and tired of my Republican friends defending a 3-time loser, sexual abuser, ex-president that has been indicted more times than he's been elected. It is pathetic. We should be working on matters that actually help people. That's why Democrats have been fighting not only for common sense gun safety legislation and investments in job creation and environmental protection, but also we have been insisting that we get a guarantee from the majority here that they don't go after Social Security and Medicare. And so I want to urge that we defeat the previous question, and we will offer, as we always do, an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution assuring our constituents that the People's House will protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for our future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. And I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in a record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And I would just say to my friends that while you want to distract and deflect from all of Donald Trump's legal problems, and they continue to mount, I think there'll be probably more charges we expect in the coming weeks and the coming months. And while you do not want to talk about things like Social Security and Medicare because you're the party of privatization, you're the party of trying to undercut Medicare, we are going to fight you on those things. And we are going to continue to be a voice for the people of this country, for our senior citizens, for those who believe that Social Security and Medicare are important, and we will not be deflected or deterred by whatever this circus is that is going on here today. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Biden's border policies have led to an all-out land invasion at our southern border, which is why Homeland Security should be investigating. Joe Biden's border policies have led to a drug crisis and thousands of fentanyl overdoses across our nation, again, the jurisdiction of Homeland Security. And Joe Biden's border policies have led to the murders of countless Americans at the hands of illegal aliens, again, a priority for Homeland Security. His blatant dereliction of duty to preserve, dereliction to protect, and dereliction to defend the United States of America and the American people deserves impeachment. Instead of Joe Biden, he has demonstrated time and again, policymaking and political decisions that he prioritizes illegal aliens over American citizens, over our wives, our daughters, and our children. His gross neglect and refusal to take action at the border warrants removal from his post, and again, why Homeland Security must investigate. That's why I support Congressman Boebert's articles of impeachment and referral to committee. The CPB had a record number of encounters with terrorists at the southern border. The security of our nation is being undermined by foreign enemies because they know we have weak leadership. We need to remove Joe Biden from the Oval Office and ensure that Americans are safe. We need a leader that puts America and its people first, not illegals. Thank you, Congressman Boebert. Thank you, Speaker McCarthy. Thank you for Chairman Green for taking this up. I urge all my colleagues to support the referral of articles of impeachment to committee. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. And gentleman from Massachusetts is once again recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say my friends on the other side of the aisle look small and pathetic and like losers. And when they lose this House, this is going to be a reason why. Mr. Speaker, my friends keep on telling you about open borders. That's an insult to the men and women in our Border Patrol who are risking their lives to protect our borders. It's just not true. I entered into the record an article by the conservative think tank, the Cato Institute, but the facts don't matter. Facts don't matter. It's what plays on Fox News and how we can distract and how people can make things up. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that as try as they might to deflect from the former president, we can't turn our back on what he has done. Look, Trump literally can't help himself. He's admitted multiple times on air during interviews and to others that he stole and shared top-secret government information. Talk about a national security threat. The call is coming from inside the House. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Rolling Stone entitled, "Trump All But Confesses to Mishandling Classified Docs on Fox News."
Without objection.
Yeah, I reserve my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I will yield 2 minutes to my friend and Army veteran from the great state of Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm honored to be here today in support of Representative Boebert's request for this to be referred to the Committee of Homeland Security with regards to the dereliction of duty under this administration and this president's policies. As a United States Army combat veteran, I have fought abroad for the majority of my adult life. I've spent over 7 years of my life in Iraq, over 3 years of my life in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, northern Somalia, been blown up twice. I'm a Bronze Star recipient. I went overseas for the purpose of protecting this nation and ensuring that terrorists do not have the ability to come and threaten our lives and threaten our children. But under the failed policies of this president, just this last year, in the last 7 months, we have had over 96 people who are on the known terrorist watch list who has crossed our borders, just in the last 7 months. Now, I would love to know from this president and from everyone else here, why did my brothers go and die in the thousands? Why did we waste 20-plus years of our lives fighting terrorism? Why did we go ahead and botch the Afghan withdrawal and leave our allies behind if we were just going to open our borders anyway to them? Tell me why it was that we were going to vote to fight in these wars to protect this nation when this president and his failed policies was going to do nothing but open our borders up to the terrorists who are coming across daily. We will see another 9/11 type attack if we continue this type of unsafe policy and we do not get a hold of this right now. With that, I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I just want the record to reflect that the previous President of the United States supported an insurrection to basically steal the election. And my friends think it's funny, but I will tell you this. Laugh in the face of the Capitol Police, 140 of them who were injured. People lost their lives. And that's the best you can do, is laugh about what happened that day? I mean, that is disgusting. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, prepared to close.
We'll remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. Gallery will be. Gentleman from Texas.
Prepared to close. Reserve.
Gentleman reserve.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
4 minutes remaining.
Okay. I'll yield myself to remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are now in week 3 of an ongoing temper tantrum by the radical right because they didn't get to cause a catastrophic default. First, they ground the House floor to a complete halt, and now they're jumping over each other to circumvent regular order and diminish this institution in order to look as extreme as their most fervent supporters. What's getting lost in the meantime is any legislation that would actually help the American people. We could bring more jobs back to America. We could expand the middle class and further fight inflation. We could provide every student with the opportunity to receive a quality education. We could ensure every patient has access to affordable and quality health care. We could make sure every single person has a roof over their head and food on the table. We could do more to keep our communities safe. We could invest in mental health and substance abuse programs. We could fund projects that will make our air cleaner and our water purer. We could pass a bipartisan immigration bill if it's such a big issue to my friends on the other side of the aisle. There is so much we could do if given the chance. But this Republican majority is clearly far more concerned about scoring political points than they are about making life better for everyday Americans. And because the Speaker is not in control of this chamber anymore, They are wasting the House's time with a debate on whether to send this extreme MAGA resolution to an extra committee instead of just voting to table it. And one final word from my Republican friends, Mr. Speaker. Everything that Donald Trump touches fails. This guy has a reversed Midas touch. Trump casinos, Trump University, Trump steaks, Trump vodka, Trump hotels, and now the Trump Republican Party. We can't let him destroy our democracy or this institution. As my mother says, it's never too late to do the right thing. I urge a no vote on this ridiculous, pathetic rule. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for his closing remarks.
I thank the Speaker. We're here today not actually talking about the botched exit from Afghanistan that my friend from Florida rightly raises as a massive criticism of this current administration, nor the Biden crime family syndicate that we're now dealing with the son of the President of the United States, nor are we dealing with the weaponization of government against the American people, including Scott Smith in Loudoun County for daring to stand up in defense of his daughter, nor are we talking about the energy production getting killed, leaving people stranded with high inflation, the inability to afford energy, and unable to carry out their lives and prosper. We're here talking about the border. We're here talking about a dereliction of duty. We're here talking about the violation of the fundamental first principle of the executive branch of the federal government of the United States, led by the President, to actually secure and defend the United States of America. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character, with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities, are destructive of this fundamental principle and of fatal tendency. Washington's farewell address. Energy in the executive power is essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks. It is not less essential to the steady administration of the laws, to the protection of property against those irregular and high-handed combinations which sometimes interrupt the ordinary course of justice. Hamilton, Federalist 70. Let every American, every lover of liberty, every well-wisher to his posterity swear by the blood of the Revolution never to violate in the least particular the laws of the country and never to tolerate their violation by others. Lincoln, Lyceum Address, 1838. We are here precisely because the Constitution contemplated separation of powers, which are being violated every single day by an executive branch, undeterred. Our job in the House of Representatives is, in fact, to deter the overreach and abuse of authority by the President of the United States, refusing to carry out the laws of the United States in detriment to the well-being, security, and lives of the people of this country. That is our job in the House of Representatives. That is why we are here. That is why I support this rule. And that is why I support this resolution. That is why I support this inquiry. And we are just beginning. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
They are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 524, I call up House Resolution 461 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 25, House Resolution 461, resolution condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide shelter for aliens who are not admitted to the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the amendments to the resolution and the preamble recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce printed in the resolution are adopted, and the resolution as amended is considered read. The resolution as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair, minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of HRS 461, a resolution condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide shelter for aliens who are not admitted to the United States. Round condemnation of adult illegal migrants sharing facilities with school children would be supported by both sides of the aisle, but for one simple reason. It would require Democrats to confront the tragedy of their own making at the southern border. The rhetoric from the left deploys flowery language to address the flooding of migrants into our country. It's a scam. Democrats must confront reality. There are real human consequences to losing operational control of our southern border. Democrats have plunged our southern border into chaos, trafficking, and bloodshed. Last year, 2.76 million migrants illegally crossed our southern border. Over 800 of them died making the journey. Customs and Border Protection also seized 14,700 pounds of fentanyl in FY 2022. In a year in which 110,000 Americans fatally overdosed on drugs, each pound of fentanyl missed by Customs and Border Protection has the potential to kill over 200,000 people. The encounters, the deaths, and the trafficking are a 3, 4, and 5-time increase over the last year of the Trump administration. We have a deadly opioid epidemic, human trafficking epidemic, an overall humanitarian epidemic at our southern border, all stemming from the Biden administration's policies. HRS 461 is a crystal clear rebuke of the chaos at the border. It applies to K-12 institutions because, make no mistake, Democrats are making elementary, middle, and high schools a battleground for chaotic border policies. In New York City, Mayor Eric Adams planned to house migrants in up to 20 current and former public school gymnasiums. In Chicago, local leadership is reportedly considering housing hundreds of illegal immigrants in a shuttered high school. Housing migrants in public schools is not a new occurrence. CNN, CBS, and the New York Post have all uncovered instances of this already happening across the country. For Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul, these plans are a mere formalization of their unwillingness to enforce the law. This is what Republicans mean when we say every state's a border state and every town is a border town. Moreover, the collateral of this broken policy are America's school children. It is completely unacceptable. Turning schools into housing centers for illegal immigrants distracts schools from their mission. Schools should be focused on helping students recover from devastating pandemic-era learning loss. We know that children are suffering in the wake of the pandemic. Math and reading scores have plummeted to their lowest level in years. Forcing schools to shelter illegal immigrants will not help with that. Additionally, hosting illegal immigrants on school campuses poses a significant safety risk to school children and compromises schools' ability to secure their own campuses. Furthermore, using school gymnasiums as housing for illegal aliens may impede children's access to safe recreation and physical education, may force children to spend their entire school day with little exercise, and may disrupt the ordinary routines of the school day. As always with the Republican Party, threatening the safety of our children is a non-starter. So we're voting on a resolution today to condemn the threat posed to children. Our resolution condemns the breakdown of law and order at the southern border. It condemns the lawlessness perpetuated by blue cities and states like New York. I hope the entire body votes for the passage of HRS 461 and sends a message to America that there's no substitute for a secure border. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to HRS 461. Like clockwork, we are here yet again taking up another proposal that, among other things, purports to improve school safety, but does nothing to address gun violence in schools or improve students' mental health. So far this Congress, the Republican priorities for K-12 education have focused almost entirely on so-called culture wars. First, the House Republican passed legislation to ban books. House then advanced legislation targeting trans students. We just debated an impeachment resolution, and now the House is considering a proposal that would encourage taking away funding from schools whose facilities are used to temporarily house refugees and immigrants. The schools are routinely used to temporarily house people in emergencies, like hurricanes or earthquakes. So now I guess they're suggesting that we check citizenship papers before we let people in. The resolution falsely implies that temporarily using school facilities to house immigrants leads to learning loss. But there is no evidence to support that claim. Addressing learning loss and helping students make up for lost time in the classroom is what we did last year without a Republican vote when we made historic investments in the American Rescue Plan to help schools make up for lost time by funding after-school, summer, mentorship programs, and other initiatives to actually make up for lost time. But we cannot continue to meaningfully address learning loss and meet students' mental health needs if all we're talking about is taking away federal funds from schools. Moreover, any conversation about school safety that does not meaningfully address gun violence is not a serious conversation. This is a haphazard proposal and another distraction, and since it is a non-binding resolution, it doesn't actually do anything the supporters of the resolution say need to be done. It does nothing to improve immigration policy. It doesn't even stop the use of schools to house immigrants. It's a non-binding resolution. My colleagues were seriously about addressing learning loss. We should be talking about evidence-based strategies that meet the needs of our students. There's nothing in the resolution that addresses learning loss or mental health. If my colleagues were serious about school safety, we should be confronting what is actually killing them. Parents, teachers, and students are demanding that we take up meaningful legislation to address gun violence. There's nothing in the resolution to address gun violence. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 461 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the author of this resolution, Dr. Marionette Miller Meeks from Iowa.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague, Chair Fox, for yielding me time. I rise today in support of my resolution, HRES 461, which bans the Biden administration from using schools to house illegal aliens. As a mother and a physician, I do not see how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can let this stand. Using school facilities as shelter for illegal aliens instead of as schools, as they were intended, creates a host of issues ranging from safety hazards for young children to a free fall of security issues as a result of not providing adequate accommodations or security screenings. At a minimum, it deprives students of their space for recess and physical education and imposes financial burdens on schools for cleaning and housing. Municipalities such as New York City are using school gymnasiums as overflow housing for illegal aliens and setting troubling precedents for the future. It's easy to be a sanctuary city when you're not affected by the border until the Biden administration opens those borders. Diverting educational resources to illegal aliens or any demographic in not in a natural disaster. And in most cases, we have little or no background information upon these individuals. It provides an avoidable and incredible security risk. We must protect America's children and save our educational systems from being robbed of their purpose. The Biden administration's open border policies have turned every state into a border state, and a broken immigration system paired with the lack of responsibilities and execution of border security is simply not good enough. And speaking of the minority's comments on useless resolutions, last Congress, the Democrats introduced a total of 982 resolutions, of which only 176 passed. HRES 461 sends the Biden administration a clear message that their open borders and broken immigration system will not stand, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman Fox. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak against the latest Republican attempt to vilify and scapegoat immigrants. A few weeks ago, it was H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act, and now it's HRES 461. It's Republicans spending time and taxpayer dollars to trot out stereotypes of migrants as dangerous and dirty and who knows what else. Republicans are spewing anti-immigrant rhetoric in this resolution to demonstrate that they're standing up for students. But we know it's not true. Perhaps they're using this resolution to distract from the continued attempts to ban books, to take food assistance from needy families, and to block child tax credits, which could help families across the country. Let's remember what Republicans are targeting with this language. They're targeting migrants, many of them asylum seekers who come to this country, who risk their lives, and to our cities seeking safety and stability. They're targeting migrants trafficked by GOP governors as a political stunt. This resolution is part of the same stunt designed to sell fear and hatred, to make primetime slot pieces on Fox News. It's dangerous for immigrants like me and the communities that I represent. I urge my colleagues to reject this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York and a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chairwoman Fox. For the past 2 years, every state has become a border state, and each has felt the pressures of illegal immigration. This past month, 10,000 migrants have illegally entered our country per day. A nation's borders mark the boundaries of its laws and sovereignty. This violation of both our laws and our sovereignty must stop. Representative Miller Meeks and I brought forward House Resolution 461 because it is necessary and urgent. Our resolution sends a clear and decisive message that everyone in this chamber and across the country must hear. Congress will not tolerate officials at the state and local level using taxpayer-funded schools and facilities to play cleanup for President Biden and the progressive left's broken border policies. In my state of New York, our governor offered up state-funded college campuses to house illegal immigrants. In New York and in New York City, Mayor Adams proposed repurposing public school gyms to house them. And during this last school year, 5,500 migrant students strained New York City's public school resources. Time and time again, we are seeing classrooms overflowing and understaffed, and our school taxes ever rising. And this problem is not just in New York, it spans across each and every community in our union. This resolution makes three distinct points. First, housing illegal immigrants in our schools diverts critical resources away from students. Second, housing adult, unvetted illegal immigrants in our public schools poses a safety risk to our children. Third, schools are not to be the sacrificial lamb for the failed progressive policies of this administration. Just last week, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle repeatedly justified the housing of illegal immigrants in public schools, comparing it to the response to natural disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Just last week, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle repeatedly justified the housing of illegal immigrants in public schools, comparing it to the response to natural disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires. I couldn't agree more. The president's border policies are a disaster, though man-made. I stand to put our children first. Vote to support House Resolution 461. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I stand here opposing the GOP's hateful resolution to condemn the use of schools as shelter for immigrants. For years, schools have sheltered people during emergencies, and we know people in our own districts who have had to go into these places because of climate crisis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and the list goes on. Well, sanctuary cities like Chicago and New York are in emergencies created by Republican governors who continue to dehumanize asylum seekers and cruelly bus them to sanctuary cities like Chicago. This resolution does nothing to solve the crisis, and it certainly isn't protecting our children's education. It's just another way to criminalize asylum seekers. Now, I believe to my core that seeking asylum is not a crime. In fact, welcoming them into our arms, regardless of their origin or their status, is a biblical teaching, a humane act, and it's part of our nation's fabric and our nation's values. How can we say we care about families or that you're the party of families and values? How can you say you care about children and then threaten to cut funding for their schools if they dare to shelter children who are seeking asylum? That's hypocritical. There's dissonance there, and we should look up that description in the dictionary. It is time we end this senseless war against immigrants and stand up for what is right and for what is just. I will absolutely be voting no on this resolution, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman. I rise today in support of House Resolution 461, legislation that formally condemns the use of public elementary and secondary schools as shelters for illegal migrants. The safety and security of America's children should be the #1 priority of lawmakers here in Washington, and placing illegal migrants within an earshot of students presents serious threats to the safety of our children and the safety of our communities. In New York, when Mayor Eric Adams attempted to house migrants in nearly 20 public schools, everyday New Yorkers stood up to City Hall, rejected this attempt to threaten our students, and stopped the mayor from housing migrants in schools. But instead of learning from his mistakes and ending New York's sanctuary city status, Mayor Adams then decided that housing migrants in an abandoned warehouse at JFK Airport would be a better alternative. Placing migrants at a dilapidated warehouse in the heart of one of the largest transportation hubs in this country is both inhumane and presents a serious national security threat. I keep hearing over and over again about trafficking, about being inhumane. You're correct. Seeking asylum is not illegal, but we ask that they come through the front door. And I would be confident that no asylum seeker comes to this country to live in a vacant warehouse at JFK Airport with no bathrooms and no showers. We cannot allow politicians like Eric Adams to sacrifice the safety and security of this nation to uphold their radical sanctuary city policies and compensate for President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas's failing border security initiatives and their dereliction of their duties. Our nation's public schools should be places of learning for local students, not housing illegal migrants.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I strongly urge my colleagues to support this measure to block illegal migrants from being housed in school facilities.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman and, of course, the chairwoman as well. Just a few minutes ago, we were on the floor discussing an impeachment of the President of the United States for protecting and doing his job for the American people. I think we failed to understand that the Statue of Liberty is still in the New York Harbor. And bring your forlorn and depressed, and that this is a nation of laws and immigrants. From the very beginning of ages, this nation was founded by those who came from somewhere else. They crossed the waters to come. The indigenous people were here, but that was all. And certainly we know the history of slavery. And so I am stunned by, first, the impeachment order, if you will, attempting to impeach for differences of positions and policies. But now I come to try and understand a misconstrued, misdirected, and really painful resolution, as the gentleman from Virginia said, non-binding. And so what are we doing but showing dislike and contempt for children? I believe in children. And what is being done by local government is to find relief for children. Find relief. These schools in New York, I know them well, are large. They're old and large. They have many different sectors and segments that a city executive can utilize safely for children. This is about children. And for those who have just made profile press conference trips to the border, I have been to the border at night, in the day, in the morning. Over the years, I have held babies in my arms that have gotten off buses.
I yield an additional minute. I I yield an additional minute.
That I
The
have
gentlewoman is
seen,
recognized.
and thank the gentleman, that I have seen wanting their parents. I've seen the Trump era of snatching children away. This is wrong-headed. This is not dangerous to the children in the schools, and our local jurisdiction should be allowed to make determined decisions in response to what is a migrant fever, if you will. But let me add something that the government should be looking at. Why the state of Texas has taken over the 7th largest school district that all the parents, board members, teachers are against. Houston Independent School District is suffering. Is there anyone here, or my friends on the other side of the aisle, willing to address that ridiculous, ludicrous takeover undermining teachers and parents' will? I thought we were for parents. Houston Independent School District should not be taken over. And it is a consternation in our community. And because of that, I believe we're doing the wrong thing here, and the underlying bill should be opposed, and we should be standing with the people of Houston who refuse to have a takeover of a very effective school district, the Houston Independent School District. Let's do the right thing on the floor and support our children. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the chairwoman for yielding me some time. As a representative of New York City, I'm all too familiar, unfortunately, with this situation. Quite frankly, this is a problem that was created by two people. First, our president, who decided it was a good idea to open our borders and allow millions of individuals to come in without the proper vetting, without knowing exactly what their intentions are. Some, yes, are applying for asylum, but they should still be doing so through the proper channels. They should be doing so from the next safe country, not coming to the southern border. But with that said, we look at court documents and we see that roughly 60% of those individuals are having those court cases denied by under this administration, which tells you that the majority of people coming over our southern border are not legitimate asylum seekers. Secondly, the problem in New York City, I blame my mayor, Mayor Eric Adams, because he is misinterpreting New York City's right to shelter law. That was a court decree under Mayor Ed Koch that was agreed to address the issue of homeless New Yorkers. It was always intended to provide support and housing for homeless New Yorkers, citizens of New York, not individuals who just strolled over the border last week. By the mayor's logic, think about this, mayor's logic that everyone in New York City is entitled to shelter whether they're a citizen or not, if all 6 million people who came over to our border came to New York City, they would be entitled to free shelter. If 8 billion people on the planet came to New York City, they would be entitled to free shelter. Clearly, that's nonsensical, the mayor's interpretation. So the mayor has now resorted to using all sorts of facilities meant for our citizens, including our children, to be used to house these migrants. Now, first of all, I think it's clear, and I see that there's bipartisan opposition to schools and their gymnasiums being taken away from children who suffered under COVID. They lacked physical education, they lacked socialization, and now to take away their gym for this housing is absolutely ridiculous. The mayor has reversed course on that after there was so much opposition from the people in the city of New York. But he's still using old schools, facilities that are supposed to be, let's say, they were previously Catholic schools, and they've closed. They were perhaps going to use those facilities to make them now public schools. And that has now stopped because the mayor is choosing instead to house migrants in those old schools. And now the greatest plan, or I should say the most ridiculous plan we've heard to date, is now he's going to use taxpayer money to pay New Yorkers to house individuals in their homes. And of course, we're talking about billions of dollars a year that now the hardworking taxpayer who's getting pummeled in New York City, all right? Property taxes are increasing year after year. People can't afford their own rent. They can't afford their own roofs. And he's saying you got to pay for individuals who cross into our country illegally. It's a disgrace. And we should be stopping it and make sure not another federal dollar, not a penny goes to fund the expansion of this program. And the mayor needs to comply with the actual laws and tell the president to secure the border and stop this nonsense.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 461, a harmful resolution that condemns public schools for showing humanity and helping vulnerable people. You know, listening to this debate, it sounds like my colleagues are interested in working on some bipartisan immigration reform. We would welcome that. Policies that would help our immigration system run more smoothly and effectively, but that's not what we're doing here today. You know, throughout this Congress, I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that American education is in crisis. Are there needs in our public schools? Absolutely. We need more mental health counselors. We need resources to address missed learning and policies to address gun violence. But is that what the majority is focusing on? No. When my Republican colleagues felt threatened by the accurate teaching of history, they passed legislation that provides a blueprint for book bans. And when my Republican colleagues felt threatened by the Biden administration's inclusive interpretation of Title IX, what did they do? They passed legislation to ostracize trans students and allow discrimination in sports. And when my colleagues felt uncomfortable about reducing the crushing debt burden faced by students who choose to go to college, they passed legislation to wipe out relief and plunge more borrowers into financial distress. And what is our focus today? Picking on desperate people who are fleeing war, violence, and abject poverty in search of a better life for themselves and their children. And threatening federal funding to schools, that's funding that's intended to support all students. I won't support the harmful scapegoating of migrants and repeated attacks on marginalized communities, and I won't support actions that delegitimize our public schools. These are the only schools that have an obligation to serve all students and families, regardless of race, ethnicity, disability status, ability to pay, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, or any other characteristic. Our public schools are for everyone. And what I will support, and what I have repeatedly expressed in eagerness and enthusiasm to work on, are substantive, positive, evidence-based solutions that make schools safer, improve opportunities for students from all backgrounds, enhance the quality and frequency of parents' and families' involvement in their children's education. I welcome those conversations. I'm disappointed that we keep finding ourselves engaged in culture wars, with the majority putting politics over people, instead of passing policies that help students, their families, and our communities. At a time when we have an opportunity to demonstrate compassion and empathy, this resolution takes us in the wrong direction. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to reject this resolution. Let's put humanity first. Let's focus on what really truly helps public education. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Pardon, sir?
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman being prepared to close, and I am prepared to close also. But, Madam Speaker, if I might make one quick statement, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HRES 461. With that, I reserve until the gentleman closes, and then I will close.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that House Republican priorities for K-12 education are focused entirely on distractions. Instead of devising ways to meaningfully address learning loss or gun violence in schools, here we are threatening to withhold federal funds from K-12 schools that do not adhere to the extreme MAGA agenda. And the reality is that HRES 461 does nothing to address the real issues confronting students today. This is a non-binding resolution, so it does nothing to fund education. It doesn't even prevent schools from being used to house undocumented immigrants. Now, one thing that we have to come to grips with is complaining about a problem doesn't solve the problem. Complaining about immigration policy doesn't solve the problem. Complaining about schools doesn't address any of the underlying problems, doesn't fix anything. And so this is what this resolution does, an opportunity to complain, but doesn't do anything. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker, to sum up the debate, HRES 461 does four things. It sends a clear message about our values. It condemns law-breaking where Democrat politicians have failed to do so. It tells parents that we are on their side. And most importantly, it reiterates that public school facilities should be used for educating children, not housing illegal immigrants. Because the academic success and safety of America's students must be put first. Therefore, I urge the House of Representatives and Congress to pass HRES 461, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble as amended. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Request ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 529. Adoption of House Resolution 529 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 461. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business and the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 529 on which the yeas and nays were ordered, the clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 27, House Resolution 529. Resolution relating to the resolution, House Resolution 503, impeaching Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States for high crimes and misdemeanors.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman of Massachusetts seek recognition?
We request a recorded vote on this.
The recorded vote has been requested. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Members, you have 1 minute.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 461, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 25, House Resolution 461. Resolution condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide shelter for aliens who are not admitted to the United States.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 201. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Start there. The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order. Shh. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to inform you that I am resigning my position as Clerk of the House effective 11:59 p.m. on June 30th, 2023. It has been a distinct privilege to serve as Clerk of the U.S. House of Representatives during 3 Congresses and an honor to have been first nominated to the office by Speaker Pelosi and then renominated by you to serve in the 118th Congress. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 208A of the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints Kevin McCumber of the state of Illinois to act and as to exercise temporarily the duties of the Clerk of the House of Representatives effective July 1st, 2023. The chair will administer the oath at this time. Will Mr. McCumber please present himself in the well? Will the gentleman raise his right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? I do. Congratulations. Do I do this now? After consultation among the Speaker and the majority and minority leaders, and with the consent, the Chair announces that when the 2 houses meet in joint meeting to hear the address by His Excellency Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediately to his left and right will be open. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House due to the large attendance that is anticipated. The rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of reserving seats prior to the joint meeting by place card will not be allowed. Members may reserve their seats by physically present only following the security sweep of the chamber. The Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to the veto of Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine, and vehicle standards. Return to that the bill did not pass 2/3 of the House of the Senate present, not having voted in the affirmative.
Pursuant to the order of the House of Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, the House stands in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints members of the committee on part of the House to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbin. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from California, Mr. Barra. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. The gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar. The members of the escort. Oh, sorry.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. And the Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. That is.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Take over. Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the U.S. Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards, I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I am grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I am delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embraced people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa Caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes. from dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of these. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that. Curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, we are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. $500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building Digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, But the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors. Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables, and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviya. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement, to leave it to be the job of governments alone. By being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, doing disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, The United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, a single order for aircraft creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, it creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Today, India and the US are working together in space and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and in finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless, and the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and the love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it to greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country. Because it serves a larger purpose: democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. As I have said directly and publicly, this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. We work through regional institutions and with our partners from within the region and beyond. Of this, Quad has emerged as a major force of good for the region. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19's biggest impact was the human loss and suffering it caused. I wish to remember Congressman Ron Wright and the staff members who lost their lives to COVID. As we emerge out of the pandemic, we must give shape to a new world order. Consideration, care, and concern are the need of the hour. Giving a voice to the global south is the way forward. That is why I firmly believe that the African Union be given full membership of G20. We must revive multilateralism and reform multilateral institutions. With better resources and representation that applies to all our global institutions of governance, especially the United Nations. When the world has changed, our institutions too must change, or risk getting replaced by a world of rivalries without rules. In working for a new world order based on international law, our two countries will be at the forefront as partners. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, today We stand at a new dawn in our relationship that will not only shape the destiny of our two nations, but also that of the world. As the young American poet Amanda Gorman has expressed, when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we are brave enough to see it. Our trusted partnership is like the sun in this new dawn that will spread light all around. I am reminded of a poem that I once wrote. आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है। अभी तो सूरज उगा है। दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर, हर मुश्किल को पार कर, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाते, घोर अंधेरे को मिटाने अभी तो सूरज उगा है। If I were to say it in English, it would be rising its head in the skies, piercing through the dense clouds with the promise of light. The sun has just risen, armed with a deep resolve, overcoming all the odds to dispel the forces of darkness. The sun has just risen. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, we come from different circumstances and history, but we are united by a common vision and by a common destiny. When our partnership progresses, economic resilience increases, innovation grows, science flourishes, knowledge advances, humanity benefits, our seas and skies are safer, democracy will shine brighter, and the world will be a better place. That is the mission of our partnership. That is our calling for this century. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, even by the high standards of our partnership, this visit is one of the great positive transformations. Together, we shall demonstrate that democracies matter and democracies deliver. I count on your continued support to the India-US partnership. When I was here in 2016, I said that our relationship is primed for a momentous future. That future is today. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and the distinguished members of this honor. God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chairs declare the is now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings had during the recess be printed in the record.
Without objection. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I hereby resign from the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Signed sincerely, Becca Balint, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, 17-year-old Richiana de Guzman was supposed to start her first job this week. Instead, she's on life support, fighting for her life because of a senseless and tragic act of gun violence. While Hawaii has some of the strongest gun safety laws, Richiana's family and friends know it's not enough. Right now, they are praying for a miracle and pleading for an end to gun violence. The sad reality is that there are thousands of Richianas every day across this country, kids who deserve better than a Congress more beholden to the gun lobby than to protecting them. For too long, Congress has ignored the majority of Americans who want the killing to stop. We cannot sit idly by as Americans continue to live in fear. Last week, I joined my colleagues in signing discharge petitions to demand House votes on several gun safety measures. At the same time, House Republicans pushed through a measure to weaken regulations on stabilizing braces for firearms, an accessory used in several mass shootings across our country over the last decade. Enough is enough. We demand an end to gun violence and a safer future for our keiki. Chair, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the smallest city in the United States of America, the city of Parker in Armstrong County. Nestled in the beautiful Allegheny River Valley, Parker City is celebrating its 150th anniversary this year. What started as a village with nearly 1,000 people grew almost overnight to become a booming oil metropolis with a population of more than 20,000 in the late 1800s. For the next 10 years, Parker became a place of great activity with more than 1,000 oil wells, saloons, stores, hotels, and machine shops. While the oil boom was short-lived, the spirit of Parker was strong. With the 1890s, the population of Parker was back to nearly 1,000. Madam Speaker, today, Parker is a great retreat for those wanting to enjoy the quiet river setting as a peaceful escape from urban life. The population stands at about 900 people, making it the smallest city in the USA. Parker is celebrating 150 years as a city on July 15th. They'll have fireworks, parades, local vendors, and a river float. Madam Speaker, if you ever find yourself in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains along the banks of the Allegheny River, I encourage you to visit Parker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise tonight and I want to tell everybody about one of my former interns in the Kentucky State Senate, Henry Berg Brousseau. Henry was truly one of my favorite interns. One of those guys who was bright, who was curious, who had a smile that could light up the room. In Kentucky, in the state Senate, the Capitol Annex sits right behind the Capitol, and we'd make that walk across to the state capitol just as we make the walk across here in Washington, D.C. from the House office buildings. And Henry was incessant, constantly peppering me with questions, asking me things. What are the policies we can do? What are the fights we can have? How do we make progress? How do we get things done in the seat of government? Henry was brilliant. He was kind, ambitious, and really funny. And most importantly, Henry was a fighter. He had to be. Despite having two loving parents, a wonderful family, Henry's life wasn't easy. He was severely bullied as a kid, and he battled with the trauma and the depression that went with it. And it wasn't coming just from the kids either. Adults from all walks of life bullied and berated him incessantly until the end. Unfortunately, that end came way too soon. Last December, on December 16th, Henry died by suicide. He dedicated his life, his young life, to helping people like him. His work, his legacy, it will continue to benefit youth all across this country. And I can't help but think how much he would have given to this world if he had just been allowed the chance to exist and exist in peace. Henry's mom, Karen, recently joined the president and the first lady on the south lawn of the White House to celebrate Pride. That's not where she wanted to be. You never stop being a parent. She wants to be with her son. Henry's story is truly tragic, but unfortunately it is not unique. We can all agree that what I just described is a tragedy. It is a tragedy to lose a young person, a tragedy to lose someone with so much potential, a tragedy for any parent to have to bury their baby. And yet, for some, when I tell you that Henry was trans, that tragedy goes away. His humanity is erased. Henry is erased. I can't accept that. We can't bring Henry back, but we can continue his fight to end the suffering that he and way, way, way too many others have endured by people who refuse to acknowledge the humanity of trans people and try to criminalize their very existence. More than 80% of transgender people have struggled with suicidal ideation, and nearly half have attempted suicide. The Trevor Project estimates that one LGBTQ plus child attempts suicide every 45 seconds in the United States. Every 45 seconds. Every 45 seconds, a child tries to kill themselves. A child. And what has our response to this tragedy been? In the first 6 months of Congress, House Republicans have passed legislation that actually makes it worse, that further harms LGBTQ plus kids. From the so-called Parents' Bill of Rights, which unfairly targets our most vulnerable youth, to the national bans that deny decision-making abilities of doctors, coaches, and parents. We've tried to complicate these issues here, so I want to make it really clear and really simple. Stop being mean to kids. Our children are not pieces in a political game. These anti-LGBTQ plus bills have real-life consequences. And so instead of legislating with the kindness and the compassion that our kids need, House Republicans' legislative priorities have been overreaching, callous, and cruel. We're not alone in that blame. Unfortunately, Congress isn't the only institution passing these heinous, heartbreaking, and harmful laws. State legislators across the country are following suit and are trying to legislate LGBTQ youth out of existence. In my home state in Kentucky, Republicans in the General Assembly made things worse and overrode the governor's veto of one of the most oppressive anti-trans laws in the nation at the 11th hour. Senate Bill 150 in Kentucky tramples the rights of children and parents with exclusionary bathroom policies. It overrules the judgment of teachers by barring the discussion of gender identity or sexual orientation, and it barricades doctors from their patients by banning gender-affirming care, often life-saving care. It's cruel, and it's not without consequence. It is hurting people across the Commonwealth of Kentucky and across our country right now. I find it especially ironic that these overreaching policies come from the party of small government. Last week, we kicked off the beginning of Pride Month. The impetus for Pride goes back to Stonewall, when the LGBTQ+ community transformed the fight for equality in the United States. Pride Month is meant to be a joyous celebration of free expression, of equality, of inclusion, and of resiliency. In just the time that I've been in public office, we've made huge strides, both big and small, at every level. We've cemented marriage rights for everyone. In Kentucky, 24 cities have a fairness ordinance. Nationwide, 21 states have restricted conversion therapy. 38 states allow trans people to update their name and gender identity on their driver's license, and 27 states allow the same for birth certificates. Alongside members of the LGBTQ+ community and advocates, we've worked hard to move the needle towards a more loving, accepting, and inclusive world. What has been accomplished is important, but there's still so much to do. There's still so much more to fight for. We're fighting for safety. We're fighting for equality, for freedom. We just recently marked the 7th anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida, where 49 people were killed just for being themselves. Madam Speaker, on days like today, when we talk about these issues, when it should be a celebration, I still can't help but think about some of the heartbreak. Today, I can't help but thinking about Henry. I think about the world that he was fighting for, a more compassionate, understanding, caring place for everyone. These extremist Republican attacks against LGBTQ people are wrong. They're unacceptable. They're inhumane. And let me be perfectly clear. The words and acts coming from our colleagues are not harmless. They are not small. They are hurting innocent people. They are hurting children. If we don't take a stand, if we don't take a stand and change how we legislate, then we will see more kids like Henry. Bright, energetic, enthusiastic, kind, caring, compassionate people who will struggle, who, despite the love from friends and family, will see no way out as these attacks become too painful to bear. Here in this chamber, in this body, in life, our job is to fight for people. Our job is to fight for people on the margins. Our job is to fight for people like Henry. To fight to protect everyone's rights. Shouldn't matter who you are. Shouldn't matter who you love or where you come from. Everyone deserves to be treated equally. Madam Speaker, I now yield to my colleague, the gentlewoman for Vermont, for some remarks.
Madam Speaker, I just want to start by giving a heartfelt thank you to my colleague, Morgan McGarvey, a dear friend whose family has become close to my family. Our wives have become close. And it just means so much to me to be standing here on the floor of the House, a place where I never thought I would be in a million years. Not just because I'm a child of an immigrant and a working class mom, but because I am a gay American. And I knew at 11 that I was gay. And I also knew that it was not something that was accepted by my family or community or my teachers or friends, but it didn't matter. That's who I was. And I also knew that my calling in life was to alleviate suffering. First as a teacher, I taught middle school for many years, then as a state legislator, and now in Congress. That has been the through line of my life, is using whatever position of power I have to alleviate suffering in all its forms. And I just want to tell you what it's like when you know at 17 what you are called to do and you do not see a path to do it. Not only because I had nobody in my family who would ever run for office, but because as a gay American, I knew the world had not changed enough for me to be able to run safely for office. And even when I decided to run, it terrified my parents. They did not want me to be so public about being not just gay, but having a family, a wife, and children. To open our lives up to the world, to say this is what a family can look like. And not just survive, but to thrive. And for the first few months when I was elected to be a state senator, my dad would start almost every single phone conversation with some version of, have they vandalized your house yet? Have they slashed your tires yet? Are you getting a lot of hatred? And I'd say, Dad, if I am getting that, I'm not going to tell you because I don't want you to be worried. And even today, I have to remind them constantly, don't read the comments. Do not read the comments on social media about me because you will not see me reflected in those comments. And you will feel so heartbroken that your daughter, who is finally doing what she was always called to do, is going to be on the receiving end of hate. And for what? For standing up for marginalized people in my community. And sometimes that is members of the LGBTQ community. And sometimes that is the rural poor in my community that need me to stand up for them. Or people of color who are being discriminated against. Or just regular families that can't put food on the table or pay for affordable housing. That I would be a target for doing the work of an elected official, not because I'm doing my job poorly, but simply because of who I am. And I will tell you who I am. I am a very proud American citizen who contributes deeply to her community and her state and her nation, and that will never matter to some people. All they will see is that I am a gay American, and therefore, I am suspect, not to be trusted. And I have to tell you, this is the greatest honor of my life, to be here in Congress. Never thought that I would get here. But it sickens me to my core when I sit in committee hearings or I listen to discussion on the floor and people say things about me in my community that are not just rooted in ignorance, but often in hatred and distrust and fear. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't. In your communities, regardless of your congressional district, you have gay Americans, trans Americans. They may be in your families and they don't feel comfortable telling you because they know how you feel, because they see your votes, because they hear what you say about us on C-SPAN. Morgan just gave voice to something that is at the heart of it for me and my constituents, which is, where is your love? Where is your compassion? I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 different sets of parents of trans kids who have come to the Capitol to say, our own government is talking about our children as if they are demons, as if they are monsters. They are dehumanizing our children, and they're blaming us, the parents, saying we are terrible people because we love our children and we support our children and we want them to get the care that they need and they deserve. And they said in both these meetings, we need you to speak for us because we are not in those rooms, we are not in those halls when people are saying not just insensitive things, but cruel things, uneducated things about our lives. We have people in our community, in the LGBTQ community, who are thinking of leaving their home states right now because they fear for their lives and for the lives of their children. It is not hyperbole. Yesterday, I was at a leadership meeting for some young people who had won a wonderful award. I went to speak to them. And afterwards, one of the moms came up to me. She gave me a hug and she said, "You don't know what it means to my kid to see you here as an open gay woman serving in the House of Representatives. I am fearful for her, not because," she said, "not because I don't love her and support her, because I do." She said, "but I fear because of the hatred that she receives on a daily basis." And she said, not just from the community, but from elected officials. And as Morgan said, these are children. Almost every week, I have families come to visit me in Vermont. And some are parents of trans kids, some are parents of gay kids, and some are just parents of kids who want to be part of something powerful like elected government. And I can't tell you how proud I am every time they say to me, "I am so glad that I voted for you. I am so glad that you are sticking up for all of our kids." Because they say that gives me hope for the future, that we're going to ride out this backlash. And what we see right now is what we saw when I was a kid. And instead of being on the receiving end, instead of it being about trans kids, it was about gay kids. And we were the boogeyman. And every time I hear some of our elected officials on TV talk about how they are protecting families by passing legislation like Don't Say Gay, which is absurd, because these kids in Gen Z are so far ahead of us. And what they see are people and not labels. But I think about my own family. If we were not in Vermont, if we were in Florida or in Texas and somewhere else where people are passing these ridiculous bills about Don't Say Gay, my own children will be in school being ashamed or being made to feel ashamed of their family. This is about real people. This isn't about some slogan. Shouldn't be about playing to your base so that you can raise more money or drive people to the polls because you want to make them fearful of Americans who are just living their lives. That's all they want. That's all I ever wanted. Now it's Pride Month. And we threw a big party in Vermont last week for Pride. And one of the young men who helped me organize it, the day before this event, his car was completely and totally trashed and vandalized and had hateful, homophobic messages all over it. And I was so frustrated and sad that this was how we were ushering in Pride. But even more than that, I hated that I could sit with him and say, I have had the same experience. I had to have my car repainted because someone decided to scratch Dyke into the side of my car. So I was grateful that I could sit with him, and I thought, have we learned nothing? And just the other day in Vermont, a poet was harassed at a poetry reading because he is a man of color and he is gay, and they basically chased him out of a poetry reading because somehow his poetry was going to be so dangerous for the people of that town. We're talking about ideas. Why are we policing ideas? We've seen this before. So I'm here today because I want you to know that Pride is about going through the hard stuff too. It's about not glossing it over with rainbow flags and parades and drag queen story hours and the things that are celebratory. Yes, they are. But it's also acknowledging that some people are trying to drag us back. They are trying to erase our experience and our identities and our families. And I could not be more proud to not just represent my community, but also all of the Vermonters who support me, who elected me, who said, yes, yes. We see the work that you do. We see the compassion that you bring to your work. And it doesn't matter to us that you are a gay American. You are the right person for the job. And that is what I need from my colleagues here, to understand that this is about real people, it's about real family, it's about promise and possibility, and every single kid believing that they have the rights and opportunities every other kid. And that families feel like, regardless of what their family looks like, that the government is not going to come after them and infringe on their personal freedoms. Pride is a month about freedom, about living your life true to yourself, and have a heart wide open to the world and inviting other people in to celebrate. We should have enough room in our hearts. We should make enough room in our hearts. We should be driven by compassion and love and empathy and basic human dignity. That is why I'm standing up today. Representative Morgan McGarvey, I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I can't do better than the Congresswoman from Vermont, Congresswoman Becca Balint, who is not just an extraordinary person with incredible intellect, with incredible ability, with one of the biggest hearts I've ever seen, but as you've heard tonight, she's also so brave and so courageous. Do not let the little frame fool you. She's who you want in your foxhole. And I think her story shines a spotlight on something that is true in Vermont. It's true in Kentucky. And it's true across this country. That despite the incredible steps and strides we've taken and made, there is still so much left to do. Congresswoman Balint, I know you've been called to public service. I know you, not just in Vermont, have alleviated people's suffering. You are going to do it here, and you're going to do it for every kid in the country. But thank you also for showing the way. There are kids in this country tonight who see your speech and your example and know it's possible for them too. Which is good. It's not good, it's great. It's a great thing. Because look at what we're talking about here. We're talking about kindness and compassion, empathy, caring, inclusiveness, equality. Equality. And when we don't talk about those things, it is the opposite. It is hatred. It's division. It's inequality. I know in my state in Kentucky, 24 cities have passed a fairness ordinance. What's a fairness ordinance? It simply means you can't be discriminated against in your housing, your employment, or your accommodations. That's the fancy way of saying you get to live where you want to live, you get to work where you want to work, you get to eat where you want to eat. But we couldn't pass it on a statewide level in the Kentucky General Assembly. What does that tell people? It says, in fact, they want to allow that discrimination. Why? Why? And then think about the real and practical implications that has. I talked about Henry, my intern, so full of promise, so full of life. Died by suicide on December 16th. It was a Friday. His mom called me, and as I was sitting in a coffee shop meeting with somebody, I went over to her house that night and gave her a hug. I knew Henry before I ever knew his mom, but his mom served with me in the state Senate, was my colleague. And we hugged, and she sobbed because she just lost her son. Not a statistic, not a number, not a trans kid. Her son, her baby, her Henry. Her colleagues all reached out and expressed sympathy, and then turned around and passed a truly awful, overreaching, and heinous bill that targets youth in the state of Kentucky. But an interesting person came to testify, one of our former colleagues, a Republican state rep who just retired, and also had learned that one of his grandchildren is trans. He admitted he didn't know how to handle it at first. But you know how you handle your kids or your grandkids? With love. And so he testified that he's worried his kids and his grandchild will have to leave the state of Kentucky where he served as a conservative lawmaker because of the overreaching effects of legislation like they passed in Kentucky and like we have talked about passing and have in fact passed on the floor of this House. If you don't know how to deal with these situations in your own family and you decide the best way to deal with them is love, isn't that the best way to deal with it for every kid and every family in this country? Madam Speaker, my colleagues and I have made it very clear tonight that we will not stand for these extremist attacks against the LGBTQ community. That we will not let the majority threaten to legislate LGBTQ people out of existence and let them know that their harmful extremist bills have real life consequences. We must and we will do everything in our power to support our LGBTQ plus community. We will show understanding over ignorance, kindness over callousness, and inclusivity over exclusion. We will save lives. We will work toward that more perfect union. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzy, is now recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, from time to time, I address the House floor with my version of a speech that my childhood pastor would give every Sunday called Joys and Concerns. During these remarks, he would highlight some of the remarkable things that members of the church were doing and some of their many accomplishments. He would also take this time to bring up prayer requests. It stood as an opportunity to unite as a congregation, pray for our community and those in need. Today, the community that instilled this tradition in me needs our prayers. As last Thursday, my childhood home, Perryton, Texas, was hit by a deadly tornado. In the 11 minutes the tornado was on the ground, it left 3 dead, hundreds injured, and hundreds of homes destroyed. My office obviously has received an outpouring of prayer requests, both over the phone and through my website for the people of Perryton. So while it may be different from my usual order, I'd like to start this Joys and Concerns speech with just asking everybody to keep Perryton and their people in your hearts and minds and prayers going forward. I would also ask that as weeks go on that you continue to keep them, along with the first responders, community leaders, and volunteers in your prayers. Several weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go to Hillsboro, Texas, a city in my new district. I learned a lot about Hillsboro while I was there, and it's a very welcoming community full of people who love their country. So much so that the local community college, Hill College, has on its campus the Heritage Museum. Out front is a small memorial, and during my visit, I spent some time there. On that memorial, they honor every Medal of Honor recipient from Texas. The Medal of Honor is the nation's highest military award, and only U.S. service members who distinguish themselves through conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty can receive the medal. There I learned that the 6th Congressional District of Texas, in its current form, has 9 Medal of Honor recipients. Due to the course of time, I will only address one today, but we have 9 of them. 9 Medal of Honor recipients from the 6th District of Texas, and on my next occasion, I'll reach the other 8. But the first I'd like to bring up is First Lieutenant Jack Lummis. He was born on October 22, 1915, and served our nation during World War II. But a little-known fact is he couldn't graduate from high school because the cost was too high. So he played some semi-pro ball. Then he finally went to Baylor, was an all-star baseball player and football player there. He was playing professional football when December 7th happened, and he signed up to join our nation's military. Ironically, he was attempting to be a pilot, and in flight training he was a natural pilot, but on taxiing back, he ran his airplane off the taxiway. They booted him, and he went back to playing football, but he signed up to be a Marine. Well, Jack won the Medal of Honor, or received the Medal of Honor as a leader of a rifle platoon attached to the 2nd Battalion, 27th Marines, 5th Marine Division, in action against enemy Japanese forces on Iwo Jima in the Volcano Islands on March 8, 1945. Resuming his assault tactics with bold decision after fighting without respite for 2 days and nights, he slowly advanced his platoon against an enemy deeply entrenched in a network of mutually supporting positions. Suddenly halted by a terrific concentration of hostile fire, he unhesitatingly moved forward in his front lines in an effort to neutralize the Japanese position. Although knocked to the ground when an enemy grenade exploded close by, he immediately recovered himself and again moving forward despite the intensified barrage, quickly located, attacked, and destroyed the occupied emplacement. Instantly taken under fire by the garrison of a supporting pillbox and further assailed by the slashing fury of hostile rifle fire, he fell under the impact of a second enemy grenade, but courageously disregarding painful shoulder wounds, staunchly continued his heroic one-man assault and charged the second pillbox, annihilating all the occupants. Subsequently, returning to his platoon position, he fearlessly traversed his lines under fire, encouraging his men to advance and directing the fire of supporting tanks against other, placing suppressive fire against hostile troops. Jack lost both legs and lost his life on Iwo Jima, a man with a great deal of promise. He's interred in Ennis, Texas, and he's a local hero. The greatness of America comes from her people, and the best of us are men like Jack Lummis. Next time I talk, I'll talk about the other 8. But as we talk about divisiveness and bad times in our country, I just want you to know that we have a great Americans and have throughout our history serving us in times of war and making us a great nation that we are. And all we ask when we fight for other nations overseas is a small plot of land to bury our dead. This is a debt we owe not only those who have fallen in battle, but to all those who choose to serve in our nation's volunteer force. As the years go on and our nation grows, we must continue to ask the best of us to make sacrifices to protect and defend the United States. My district is home to 30 different high schools, and within those 30 schools, there were 134 brave young men and women who raised their hands and said, "Here am I, send me." Within the coming months, they will be joining our nation's military, and I want to take a moment to recognize their sacrifice. From Mildred High School, Colton Sumrall, Army; Charlie Vega, Army; Brian Morgan, Army; and Lincoln Kerr, Navy. From Corsicana High School, Michael Dunn, Marine Corps; Frankie Madrano, Ionart Sorim, Diego Rodriguez, and Brian Mong, for all enlisting in the Marine Corps. From Cayuga High School, Garrett Fitzpatrick, Army; Fairfield High School, Noe Espinosa, Army; Tristan Stevenson, Army; Whitney High School, Desiree Hamling, Marine Corps; Frost High School, Jason Stanford, Army; Arlington Sam Houston High School, Dylan Nichols, Army; Devin Moreno and Alan Nahara, Marine Corps; Armando Rafael Hinojosa, Marine Corps; Slocum High School, Cameron Clark, Marine Corps; Palmer, Haley Thomas, Army National Guard; Covington High School, Mia Knaps, Air Force; Cullen Berry, Army; Caleb Smith, Air Force; Grandview High School, Dean Ryder Williams, Navy; Wells High School, Jeremiah Lewis, Marine Corps; Jacksonville High School, Elijah Danforth and Angel De La Luz and Joshua Gaytan for enlisting in the Marine Corps; Elkhart High School, Nicholas Goodrich, Navy; Ashlyn Wilson, Navy; Tara Herod, Air Force; Midlothian High School, Nolan Rue, Navy; Sean Dean, Rome Hernandez, Marine Corps; Ty Long, Army; Jacob Regalado and Caden Rollins, Marine Corps; Ryan Schrank, Navy; Kyler Sickler, Army; Joshua Wyman, Texas Air National Guard; Samantha Zucchero, Army National Guard; Natchez High School, Jason Bammel, Marine Corps; and Trevor Pulliam, also Marine Corps; Rice High School, Diego Barcenas Mora, Marine Corps; Maypearl, Benjamin McLaughlin, Marine Corps; Adam Bell, Navy; Zechariah Mitchell, Texas National Guard; Langston Watson, Coast Guard; Waxahachie High School of Choice, Elijah Jaquan Wheaton, Marine Corps. Sherilyn Desiree Romano and Abigail Faith Mogling, as well as Jorge Alberto Vargas Ponce, Marine Corps. Faith Nicole Powers, Army. Kaylee Nicole Voigtlander, Army. Rusk Kiera Beck, Marine Corps. Matthew Plata, Marine Corps. Aaron Wild, Air Force. Westwood High School, Aiden Coker, Marine Corps Reserve. Emilio Martinez, Army National Guard. Nathan Powell, the same. Jasmine Gante, Navy. And Diego Castillo, Navy. Arlington High School, James Webb, Army. Alonzo Robles, Austin McGee, and Abraham Vela, all three Marine Corps. Henry Suggs, Army, from Frankston High School. Alvarado High School, Trapper Peel, Air Force. Jackson Creek and Trey Ruland, Army. Andres Sanchez, Marine Corps. Dylan Brown, Army. Venus High School, Eduardo Gabriel Acre Perez and Dontea Lamont Rising, both in the Army. Hillsborough High School, Leonardo Lopez Hernandez, Marine Corps Reserve. Gabriel Pineda, Marine Corps Reserve, and Alejandro Sanchez, also Marine Reserve. Waxahachie High School, Brandon Ortiz, Marine Corps. Garrison Escobar, Marine Corps. Carolina Suarez Melendez, National Guard. Cesar Santiago, Air Force. Gregory Schaefer, William Jaden. Gregory Fleming, Zachary Fleming, Army. Jeremiah Moore, Navy. Michael Newkirk, Navy. Samuel Rodriguez, Army National Guard. Midlothian Heritage High School, Jack Hammond, Texas Air National Guard, Army National Guard. Emily Dewey, Air Force. Patrick Hextra, Army. Jose Mancera, Navy. Baron Cantrell, Navy. Chase Weiss, Navy. Waxahachie Global, Matthew Hughes and Braxton Sukup, Army. Mansfield Legacy High School, Jessica Rosales in the Navy. Mansfield Lake Ridge, Gerardo Carvajal, Marines. Caden Chandler, Air Force. Ashley Ojo, Navy. Desmond Jones, Army. Andre Boyd and Tyler Beller, Marine Corps. Carter Bustos, Marine Corps. Keeson Cook, Navy. Logan Fortenberry, Marine Corps. Kiriana Harris, Navy. Ann Oyurindi, Army National Guard, along with her friends Diana Quijano and Sierra Santiago. Linnea Swanson, Air Force, and Camille Todd, Army. Mansfield Timberview High School, Jamia Major, National Guard. Jaimez Eichelberger, Navy. Danielle Rhymes and Shelby Belosa, Air Force. Elena Ponce, Navy. Nicholas Sanchez, Army. Mansfield Summit, Dinea Thomas, Air Force. Achilles Lopez, Air Force. Adrian Contreras, Marine Corps, along with Clifton Kersenbrock. Alexa Martinez, Army National Guard. Mia Wilson, Air Force. For Mansfield High School, Justin Ware, Air Force. Zacharia Castillo, Navy. Layla Eggleston and Evan Esquivel, Marine Corps. Jonathan May, Army. Braylon Mitchell, Navy. Sean Nguyen, Air Force. Brielle Pickering, Marine Corps. Madam Speaker, if anybody has any questions about the future of our nation, 134 young men and women from District 6 just this year enlisted to serve this greatest nation that's ever been seen on the face of the earth. Occasionally, some people will tear this nation down for what she stood for, her past, her future. And for me, why would anybody sign up in an all-volunteer force if we were anything but exceptional? I'm so very proud of these young men and women in this day and age when we hear nothing in the press except the dire straits that this country's in. Well, somebody believes in it, and these 134 certainly do. And along with the 31 people who applied to the military academies, I want to say I'm very proud, and our future is bright. Don't listen to any of the naysayers. Ecclesiastes 1:9 says there's nothing new under the sun. Jeremiah 29 says, only I know the plans I have for you, and they are great plans. I want to recognize some of the members of our community that have gone above and beyond. Aiden Hunter, congratulations on being selected to represent Texas 4-H at the National 4-H Conference this year. Agriculture and farming are the backbones of this great nation, and I'm proud that you're involved in Ellis County 4-H. Organizations like this are helping prepare you to be a future leader, not only in agriculture, but in life. Alyssa Anderson, congratulations on achieving the Girl Scout Gold Award. Few accomplishments that carry as much prestige and respect as this honor. The commitment, tenacity, integrity, and work ethic that are required to achieve the Gold Award are invaluable qualities. Amy Tidwell, congratulations to you and the Corsicana Main Street team on being awarded the President's Award and People's Choice Award for cities under 50,000 population by Texas Downtown for your video series, New Faces, New Places. Departments like yours are essential to downtown development and revitalization, and I want to thank you and your team for your commitment to serve our community. Archie Gerbine, congratulations on receiving the Donnie and Karen Pickard Heroism Award. I'd like to thank you for not only choosing to preserve, protect, and defend the people of Alvarado, but also for taking on the important role of community leader, role model, and servant to others. Thank you for your continued dedication to the city of Alvarado and the state of Texas as a first responder. Ashley Thompson, congratulations on being awarded the Unsung Hero Award from Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce for 2022. I'd like to congratulate the 2023 Mayo Pearl Panther baseball team for their third place finish in state. And congratulations on breaking the school record for total wins and finishing your season with a trip to Round Rock for the state tournament. Becky and Terry Hill, congratulations on earning the Mabel Frame Award from the Waxahachie Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your commitment to serve our community. Our community is lucky to have people like you, too, who have dedicated time to holding an event that welcomes so many people. C10s in the Park has become one of Waxahachie's prized tourist attractions and is well deserving of the Mabel Frame Award. Cassie Wilbur, congratulations on being awarded the Daisy Award for Extraordinary Nurses at UT Health Jacksonville. This award is a tribute to your courageous and selfless acts working in healthcare. I truly appreciate all the work you do in the ER, saving lives in the Jacksonville community. Katerina Palladio, congratulations on earning first place all around at the USAG Region 3 Level 8 Championship in the Junior C Division. Your commitment and dedication to your sport have been shown through your recent success in the competition. It can't be easy being a full-time gymnast and remaining a straight-A student, but your work ethic is ensuring your bright future. Dale Linebaugh, I want to commend you for your receipt of the Anderson County Sheriff's Office Life-Saving Award and your immediate response to help those in need. David Joseph, congratulations on earning the Earhart Award with the Civil Air Patrol. All of your hard work and dedication is a reflection of this prestigious award. I commend you on all your achievements thus far in the Civil Air Patrol, 4-H, and archery. Dylan Starkey, congratulations on having your book Powers published. It's always exciting to hear about the talented young students in our community that commit time and dedication to leaving a positive impact in their city for many years to come. Eli Bierman, congratulations on winning the state championship in the wrestling at 132 weight class. That is an incredible accomplishment. Your hard work, hours of practice, and devotion to your sport are reflected in your success. Elizabeth Norwood, congratulations on your livestock entries, winning Supreme Champion Heifer, Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer, and 5th overall Market Steer honors at the Arizona National Livestock Show. That is an incredible achievement, and I think you should be providing beef for our entire nation with that kind of an award. Officer Jack Daniel, congratulations on beginning your career with the Hillsborough Police Department as an officer. Our community is very fortunate to have you take on this role, and the citizens of Hill County will benefit as you continue to progress in your law enforcement career. Geraldine Bowman, congratulations on receiving the Anderson County Sheriff's Office Life-Saving Award. Your quick thinking, training, and calm reaction saved a life, and that's something you should be proud of. I'd like to congratulate Juliana Dublin and Julia Burnham on achieving the Girl Scout Gold Award. Caden Lyles, congratulations on earning the General Billy Mitchell Award for the Civil Air Patrol. All of your hard work and dedication is a reflection of this prestigious award. The time and commitment that you have put into earning this award is truly commendable. Karen Koop, congratulations on being awarded the Texas Governor Buford Jester Award this year by the Texas Veterans Day Parade Committee. This honor recognizes your selfless commitment to community and veterans and will have a lasting impact for years to come. Carson Tompkins, congratulations on winning the state championship in wrestling in the 190 weight class. That's an incredible accomplishment. Kendall Wilson, congratulations on winning first place with your submission to the Texas Rural Education Association's art contest. Kim Bowles, congratulations on being awarded the James Acree Award this year by the Texas Veterans Day Parade Committee. Kimberly Cantu, congratulations to you and Mansfield ISD on being named to Forbes' list of America's best mid-size employers. Being recognized on a national level is an amazing accomplishment. Thank you for your commitment to Mansfield ISD. We have more folks that I'd like to point out, but I'm short on time today, so I'd just like to leave you with this. We have some incredible citizens in District 6. I'm incredibly proud to serve them. And Madam Speaker, you also being from Texas, I love my state and I love my district as you do as well. And it's a tremendous privilege to be able to announce these folks on the floor and honor them in the way that they deserve. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Got a lot of boards, going to try to get through them as fast as possible, and I wish there was some way you could set off an alarm if I start speaking too fast, because I always feel guilty when I do that, but once again, have had far too much caffeine. I actually want to walk through a couple things. I meant today to be a day where I was going to come with things that were happy and hopeful and look at these great disruptions and we can crash the price of healthcare. But I'm going to have some of that. But once again, I think I need to actually reset some of the math. So we're going to walk through a few of these. Just because I'm just sort of enraged when I hear the White House put out materials, my brothers and sisters on the left put out materials, talk about this wonderful economy, the Biden economy, the Biden economics. So let's actually deal with some real life math. Amortized change in real disposable personal income per capita. Under President Trump, it was amazing. It went up 5.1%. Under President Obama, it went up 1.2%. But under President Biden so far, and this is annualized per capita, your income, if you're an average American, is down 4.5%. You are poorer today. You are poorer today than the day President Biden took office. That's the left's idea of a wonderful economy? Come on, these are people. You'd think actually there would be this passion behind these microphones, particularly on the other side, saying something's wrong out there. Inflation, and then salaries haven't kept up to the inflation, and our spending and some of the things the Fed did set this off. We care. Instead of just trying to lie and cover it up and say things that just aren't true. So let's go into this a little more. There's just another way to calculate when you start to do change in real average wages for baseline middle-class workers. And we've actually done adjustments on this for raises of income. So let's say you're that truck driver. Your wages have gone up, but inflation has gone up more. You're 3.5% poorer now. You are poorer today than the day before Biden took office. Now, fascinating thing is those 4 years of Trump, whether you love the guy or don't love him, I don't care, the math is still the math. Your real purchasing power, you're up 9.8%. Do you see the delta here? Yet, how often do you hear this from the talking heads on cable television or in the print press here in Washington, D.C., that Americans, the working population in this country, you wonder why they're angry. They're poorer today than they were a couple years ago. And as I often come behind this microphone, is that moral? Now, you can make excuses why it is, but we have these debates here, and it's like our friends on the other side won't admit America's poor today because of what they did. And now we have to start dealing with the other side of this equation. So think of this. Because of inflation, America is poor. And something that is really hard for many people to process in their head, you do realize you and I have lived through probably the largest tax hike in modern history over the last 2 years. And you go, huh? What do you think inflation does? Okay, remember your high school economics class. Who does inflation help? Borrowers. Who's the biggest borrower in the world? United States. But who does it hurt? Workers and savers. So if you're that saver, you've been saving for your retirement, so your kid's education, or you're out there busting your backside. The fact of the matter is inflation devalued that savings. Who benefited? Who got that value? The borrowers. Who's the biggest borrower in the world? We are. This government. You've been taxed, and that wealth was transferred to basically where you will pay down the future debt now with inflated dollars. And if we don't take on the U.S. sovereign debt, that's how you do it. It's not a crash. Governments, this isn't new. This has happened for hundreds and actually thousands of years. Governments spend and spend and spend and borrow, borrow, borrow. And then when it's time to pay it back, you just inflate the currency. Just turn on the printing presses. So let's talk about this year. You do realize the wheels are falling off. So May 22, functioning a year ago, the 2023 budget, which is what we're all in right now, we were supposed to borrow about $980 billion. That's a year ago, was the math. Today, we're crouching in on 1.8 trillion. We functionally doubled the projected borrowing for this year, this fiscal year, over the last 12 months. What's gone wrong? Seriously, this type of movement, CBO is often not 100% perfect, but they rarely miss a number by 100%. What happened? Well, a handful of things happened. Healthcare costs have skyrocketed. I was here a couple weeks ago and I was showing a chart that basically said Medicare costs, just Medicare, were up 16% in the first 7 months. A couple inputs on that. Delayed surgeries, procedures, in Medicare inflation 2.5 times, depending on your market. Financing costs of the debt. You've got to understand, it's not just the functioning 1.8 trillion. The number printed on here is 1.79. We think it's going to be a little over 1.8 trillion dollars. Is borrowed. Okay, that's going to be new issue debt. But what about the several trillion dollars of debt this fiscal year that have to be refinanced? People forget that. So you get the higher interest rate on the new debt, and then off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number. Let's pretend it's $5-7 trillion of bonds, instruments, other things that come due that have to be refinanced now at the higher interest rate. We know in the first 7 months, so 2 months ago, we had already spent well over an additional $100 billion in interest. Functionally meaning by the end of the fiscal year, you're probably another $250 billion in financing costs. Third thing that's happened is some of the tax receipts have fallen fairly dramatically. One of the numbers from a month ago was tax receipts were down about 10%. A lot of that was capital gains taxes, because are you going to go sell the thing you have a gain on, whether it be your house, the building, your stock, whatever it is, where you'd be paying capital gains, if most of that gain is inflation? So you're going to go sell this and buy something over here to replace it, but if most of this is inflation, your gain, you're going to pay a bunch of tax on inflation, and then you're going to buy another asset that's also been inflated because of inflation. People do the economically logical thing: they don't sell. And we don't have incentives in our tax code right now to have that velocity in the economy. So you got the triple whammy, and that's how you functionally go from $980 billion projected for this fiscal year to let's call it 1.8. It's an easier number. So $1.8 trillion will be the borrowing this year. And you go, well, what does that mean? Well, here's one of the punchlines, and I'm going to do this board a little backwards. we were projected to only spend $1.823 billion on all discretionary this year. All defense and all of what you think is of government. You know, the White House, the Congress, the EPA, the State Department. All that discretionary, that's what we vote on here. The vast majority of our spending, as you know, is on autopilot. We call it mandatory spending, earned entitlements, unearned entitlements. But you realize, I just showed you a board that this year we're going to borrow $1.8 trillion. And the total projected spending of all discretionary was functionally going to be $1.8 trillion. Think about what that means. Please, someone out there, do you get the joke? Do you get the pitch? Do you realize how terrifying this is? Every dime of what you think of as government, the military, all discretionary, looks like it will live on borrowed money this year. That wasn't supposed to happen for 8 more years. This is a big deal. And I'm enraged that no one seems to be talking about it. The wheels have come off. Borrowing's doubled from what we projected it to be a year ago. And the borrowing is so big now, all of government, other than the mandatory, the Social Securities, the Medicares, the Medicaids, the Indian Health Services, the things that are in mandatory, actually much of Indian Health Service actually isn't in mandatory, it's in the discretionary. Sorry about that. Those are on autopilot. But everything you think of as government is functionally being borrowed this year. And it happened about 8 years earlier than it should have. This is what crappy economic policy has brought us. So as the Democrats here run around parading how happy they are, they've functionally soft nationalized parts of the economy. It's working really well, isn't it? Tax receipts are way down. Spending is way up. Borrowing costs are really way up. Look what you've accomplished. The other reason we also put together this board, and we stole this from Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel over there, and it's just to set something in our head. We are going to start negotiating the appropriations bills for discretionary spending. Okay, it's important. And if on most charts you look at, discretionary is much, much, much flatter than what we call mandatory spending, because mandatory spending is primarily driven by, come on, done this a dozen times here, demographics. We got old as a country. Getting old is not Republican or Democrat, it's just the math. And a couple weeks ago, I did a whole demographic presentation here of what was going on, and it's a big deal. But this is all of our discretionary spending. And here's something for my brothers and sisters, the staffers who are in your office. If I'm on your television, God bless you. Go get a life. But my fellow members, annual growth since 2018. So this is a number before the pandemic. But I need you to annualize the growth in spending on discretionary spending. It's 5.1% every year. Okay. But if you go back to 2018, and this is inflation adjusted. Okay. So when the screaming and yelling here begins, because it's the most fascinating thing I've dealt with, all the groups that come in saying, David, we're so happy you guys were able to cut some spending during the debt ceiling, but we need you to spend more money on our program. The hallways around this place are still filled with people at our doorsteps. They're wonderful people. But they see the world with this tunnel vision that they have an idea, a program that they need money for. And they're not looking at the rest of these charts, realizing the wheels are coming off on us. So, just to make this a little bit clearer, there's this concept of go back, pick a base year. So we picked 1990 as our base year here. Plug in all inflation. How much did spending really grow from that base year? Well, discretionary grew 154%, defense grew 35% over inflation. It's math. So be a little careful here when we start to talk about these things. This is uncomfortable. This makes people really mad. It makes lots of folks who are walking our offices demanding more spending. But helping them understand, okay, so much of the, when you're doing the non-defense discretionary, you're talking ultimately about 11% or so of the budget. But it's at least what we get to vote on. And how dangerous is the economic environment? So we have lots of smart people out there. CBO was coming to us and saying, hey, you do realize, okay, let me explain this first. There's sort of two pools of debt. You'll have some people say, oh, you just crossed $32 trillion of debt. Okay, that's all federal government debt. Actually, it's not all of it, but it's what the Treasury is managing. But a big portion of that is financed by borrowing from trust funds. So there's this concept of publicly held debt. Publicly held debt today, off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's 26 trillion. So the orange bar here is the publicly held debt. The blue is basically sorry, I just did that backwards. So right now, this was what we were projecting the publicly held debt to be. The reason I put up this board, and I did this last week, there's this thing called Bloomberg, I think it's called Bloomberg Intelligence. Two of their lead economists actually sort of laid out a formula saying, hey, we're not as optimistic as the Congressional Budget Office. We think within the 10-year window, at the end of the 10 years, if interest rates stay higher longer, as they expect, if healthcare costs keep going up higher longer, as they expect, if those things slow down the economy, as they expect, you may be approaching it on $51 trillion of borrowing, 130% of the economy being borrowed. And that's in the 10-year window. That's functionally 9 budget years from now. Do the math with me. If there's 51 trillion of borrowed money, it's on a bonds that average 5 years, because that makes the math easy, and you're at today's interest rates, you're closing in on a couple $1 trillion a year just in interest. That's more than double what we spend today on defense. The wheels are coming off. Or you can go to something much more optimistic. Moody's Analytics had a much more optimistic number. They were only at 121% of debt to GDP. Where CBO came back to us and said, hey, after the debt ceiling deal, you guys did okay. You reduced a few points. So maybe now you'll be 113, 114% of debt to GDP. But they haven't given us the numbers for the new interest costs. Because, as you saw the Federal Reserve Chairman yesterday tell us, higher interest rates longer. We're not at the death spiral yet. We should do everything we can to discipline ourselves on discretionary spending. But at some point, we're going to have the brutally honest conversation here of how do we bend healthcare costs. So we're going to get to that. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask you how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 12 minutes remaining.
All right. I'm going to go a little faster then. No one cares about percentages of debt to GDP. One of the reasons we do debt to GDP, it's when we talk trillions, often that's a distorted number because trillions in a time of high inflation, the most elegant way to do math like that is it's percentage of the economy because that's stable because lots of inflation, low inflation, lots of economic growth, low economic growth. That actually gives you an idea what the real impact is on our borrowing on the economy. So what's the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt? Come on. Come on. It's we got old. This board is now 2 years out of date. New calculation, and we haven't gotten the update on it, and it's going to be even higher than this. Our new calculation is about $128 to $130 trillion of borrowing over the next 30 years. 75% of that being Medicare, 25% being if we backfill Social Security. Because remember, Social Security Trust Fund is gone in 8.5 years. meaning we're going to double senior poverty in 8.5 years if we don't fix it. Because the average amount of Social Security recipients across the board, at least as it looks right now, will take a 25% cut. If you are on Social Security, what's your life like if we cut your benefit by 25%? That's where we're heading, because we had a president get behind that podium right over there and tell us we weren't allowed to talk about it. Because it's great campaign tactics. It's horrible morality, it's unethical, and it's crappy economics. But the fact of the matter is, healthcare, primary driver of borrowing. A bit of trivia. Diabetes is what percentage of the total spend on healthcare? 33%. But it's 31% of Medicare. Think of that. If you were to do Medicare and Alzheimer's, though we're really close to major revolution in being able to take on diabetes. Alzheimer's is much more difficult. Put those together, it's like 60% of all Medicare spending. Turns out, fixating on disruption of pre-diabetics, of those who have it, of obesity, which I know we're not allowed to talk about. You know, play with kerosene and matches. But here's one of the concepts we got to sell. We can take on the debt and deficits, or at least stabilize it. But we got to be willing to fixate on things that we don't talk about. 5% of the population is over half of all health care in America. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have chronic conditions, multiple chronic conditions, are over half of our health care spending. What happens in a world when you go to our brothers and sisters and say, okay, you have diabetes, you're also now having kidney failure, you're having this. What happens if we actually took an approach where we start to cure, not do what the left often does, is we're going to build more diabetic clinics so you can maintain your misery. How about the morality of ending the misery? We can do it. And 5% is more than 50% of all healthcare spend. Cure some of these people's misery. And this is now already in phase 1 trial. It's actually its second phase 1. The first one required anti-rejection drugs. You've all, because I know all of you pay attention to synthetic biology because it's such an incredible thing that's going to do so much good. Phase 1 trial out there. They worked with CRISPR. They figured out how to tag stem cells. So you take a skin cell, you direct it, you're heading towards being an islet cell, which produces insulin. And they learned how to tag it with CRISPR so your body doesn't see it as foreign, so you don't need anti-rejection drugs. This one company we had here a week ago, Monday, actually just puts the cells right into your tummy layer, and they believe it will start to produce. There's another one out there that's already well into its second version of phase 1 trials. What happens at the end of the decade? If our brothers and sisters whose bodies don't produce insulin again, we could fix that? So just some concepts. I want you to sort of process. If disrupting the cost of healthcare, because healthcare is almost all the future healthcare is our borrowing, just do simple things. Do you know now there's a number of watches out there that actually have blood glucose meters in them? Do you know there's things you can actually almost like a tape on yourself and it's blood glucose meter? I'm still waiting for my Apple Watch to have one, but apparently that's 2 generations. But I think it's Samsung or one of those other now has actually blood glucose in the watch. The ability to help our brothers and sisters who are pre-diabetic stabilize is a big deal. It's also hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of future spending if we could get rid of it. It's also moral. But we also need to be promoting the concept of there's apps, there's technology now you can strap on your wrist, you can use your phone to help manage your health care. We had a war around this place years ago about telehealth. Oh, telehealth won't be used. People won't know how to work it. This won't happen. And then the pandemic hit, we adopted telehealth, and it turned out Grandma knew how to work FaceTime on her phone. Legalize, promote, reimburse using technology to make people healthier and to crash the price of health care. And look, I'm just throwing up these boards because I'm fascinated in this stuff where there's even something you can put on your phone to do certain types of biopsies. the technology of personalized medicine, why this is such a big deal. Even a couple of moments ago, sitting right here, listening to some of the other speakers, I was reading an article about, now it's really, really expensive. Now it's cheaper than letting someone have the disease. I think it was cystic fibrosis, a drug the FDA may have approved today. There's things going on around us that are miracles. How do I get this place to be optimistic that's saying, our debt is a disaster. It is going to basically crush this society. I have an 11-month-old little boy at home. I have a 7.5-year-old little girl at home. And now it's 23 years, according to CBO, we have to double their taxes. We have to double every business's taxes. We have to double every import fee and tariff, everything in government. We have to double receipts just to maintain baseline. We basically are heading to the moment where we're passing the inflection. There will be so much debt, and with the higher interest rates now being projected, it's a death spiral. Stabilize, lower as much spending as you can, and adopt the technologies, chase them as hard and fast as you can, and then do the hardest thing that is right now for many of us. We're going to have to start thinking about our brothers and sisters and how to take on obesity in our country. 4,000 human diseases. 2,000 of them are associated with obesity. So half of all the human misery out there. We're going to have to think about how we deliver the Farm Bill. We're going to have to think about the technology of putting it to our brothers and sisters that needed to manage their blood glucose. We're going to have to think about GLP-1s. And are there population out there that we could change their lives? And then at the end of the decade, is there a societal contract we could ever make to help people's bodies start to produce insulin? And it feels very big government-ish. Except healthcare spending is what drives the debt, and we've signed up for it. It's the Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, VA, and so many other things. It's part of the societal contract. Every American has an interest in this because you are paying for it through your taxes or through your children's future debt. Let's do something that actually is disruptive, that provides a future that works, because with these technologies, our math is you don't solve the debt, but you could stabilize it. And that is actually, there's hope. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
If the gentleman will suspend for just a moment. About 28 minutes. 28 minutes.
28 minutes.
It says 9 a.m., right? For what purpose?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.